When I first started Persona 3, I really didn't know a thing about the series. I was made aware of the franchise when 5 came out, and the only thing I could gather from that game is that it was super popular and that the main character is a Batman villain. But I am a lover of strategic RPGs and corny anime tropes, so this should be up my alley, right? If you're watching this video and haven't played a Persona game before, you're in good company. This isn't exactly the easiest franchise to jump into, and I'll get into the why of that later. But I went in blind, and hey, you can too. I absolutely fell in love with this game. The characters, the battle system, the music, it's all thoroughly iconic. So much so that I decided I couldn't just make a short video about it, I had to do it justice with an extra long retrospective. In this video, we're going to cover every little thing about this game and what makes it so special. So get ready, this is the
Persona
3 retrospective.
No, this isn't happening! There's no reason for me to go on. What? What am I fighting for?
Don't get too comfortable. This is a dangerous situation.
I thought the car was supposed to move us. Wouldn't that be nice?
Can it? Ready, steady, ready, steady, ready, steady.
Mega Man, can you hear me?
This is Snake. Kept you waiting, huh? Are you familiar with Big Chunk?
A scattered dream is like a far-off memory.
Gotta give it my all. Hope you're ready. We can't save the world from a CD player.
Before we get started, we'll have to make a quick detour into sponsor space. Today's sponsor is Mecha Japan. I've bought from them before, and they're a fantastic company, specializing in fandom merch for all your favorite Japanese properties like Pokemon, Dragon Ball, and of course, Persona. They've got plushies, they've got minifigs, they've got the replica MP3 player that Makoto wears. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And if you're a fan of the other Persona games, there's plenty of P5 merch as well. So if you want to get your hands on some sweet Persona swag, use code WESONA10 at checkout for a limited time. Thanks Mecha Japan for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back into it. We really can't talk about Persona without first talking about the series that it spawned from. Saint Elsewhere. No wait. Megami Tensei. Are any of you familiar with the Tommy Westphall universe? I swear this is all related, just stick with me. Saint Elsewhere was a medical drama in the 80s, and the series finale ends with a little boy named Tommy looking at a hospital in a snow globe, implying that the whole series was a product of his imagination. The thing is, a few characters appeared as their in-universe character on other shows, like Homicide: Life on the Street. That's the show that Detective Munch first appeared on before Law & Order, but that character also appeared as himself on X-Files, The Wire. He was on Sesame Street for goodness sakes. But because he's linked to a character from Saint Elsewhere, he, by extension, must also be a product of little Tommy's mind. When we look at this handy graph, we can see that even Full House, though tenuously connected, is in fact a spin-off of Saint Elsewhere. And in the same spirit of the Tommy Westphall universe, Persona is a spin-off of Megami Tensei. Shitty bop, wow! It all started in 1986 with the release of author Aya Nishitana's science fiction epic, Digital Devil's Story, Megami Tensei. It's a story about two students who use a computer program to summon demons into the real world, and after finding they aren't able to control them, must fight the demons and trap them back in the digital realm. Video game producer Atlus was formed in Tokyo, Japan, the same year Nishitana released his book. The game company decided to turn the novel into an RPG for the PC, mostly keeping the story and characters the same. If you're a little OCD like me, you may be wondering what Atlus's first game was. Well, I'll tell you. It was Genga Densho Galaxy Odyssey, and their third game was The Karate Kid. Sweep the leg! A few years later, Atlus pumped out a sequel, Megami Tensei 2, which was its own unique story, not tied to Nishitana's books. In the game, the player fights demons, and you can convince the demons to join your side. The Phase of the Moon plays heavily into the gameplay, and you could fuse two demons together to form a stronger one. If you've ever played a Persona game before, maybe this is starting to sound a little familiar. The game did so well that it was essentially remade for the Super Famicom as Shin, or New, Megami Tensei. Atlus saw SMT as a way of rebranding themselves to the world as a serious publisher. Gone were the days of Wacky Races, Spud's Adventure, or King of Kings, a game I assumed would be about Jesus Christ, but No, it's about dragons. Atlus came out with an SMT sequel not long after, and that same year published its first SMT spin-off, Shin Megami Tensei If. As opposed to the most recent games that featured post-apocalyptic settings and were very over-the-top and dramatic, If took the series back to its roots and had it set in a high school, with the main characters being normal kids who got sucked into the realm of demons. The smaller scale of the story, as well as the high school setting and the younger protagonists, proved to be a winning formula, so Atlus decided to take all of that and turn it into its own spin-off series called Persona. If you're feeling like this is Inception and you're several layers deep into the dream world, don't worry. There are further SMT spin-offs like the Devil Summoner series or the Devil Survivor games, but I'm not going to talk about those. Persona is already a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off. Let's just leave it at that and not overcomplicate it. Atlus would continue making the Shin Megami Tensei games alongside the Persona games, and while they share a lot of similarities, the difference mainly is that in SMT you're fighting demons, and in Persona you're summoning personas to help you out in battle. But there's a lot of design carryover from demons to personas, so, you know, the first two Persona games were really just SMT games if you ask me. But the series would eventually carve out its own identity. The original Persona 3 came out in 2006, and it was the first Persona game to debut on the PlayStation 2. Naturally, that meant there was a pretty big leap in production quality, like the 2D isometric sprites being replaced with actual 3D models, a higher fidelity soundtrack, and the biggest upgrade of all, finally getting to play as a robot girl with guns for arms.
Excellent!
But before we get into that, we need to get to know the man behind it all. Enter Katsura Hashino. Born in a rural town in Niigata, Hashino was just a regular kid who loved playing games on his Famicom. The first game he played that left a real impact on him was Dragon Quest, or Dragon Warrior in Japan. He said the game gave him the feeling of being a hero, and he'd chase that feeling for years to come. Besides playing video games, Hashino didn't really have a ton of experience or understanding of computers or technology even, but he did love crafts and storytelling, so he moved to Tokyo and attended a university, hoping to get a job where he could use his creativity for something. During that time, he lived the typical broke college student lifestyle, attending class all day and spending the evenings gambling at pachinko machines to pay for instant ramen dinners. After graduating, he was pretty easygoing about where he'd work. So long as he got to work someplace that he could be creative, he'd be happy. He opened up a recruitment magazine and applied for Atlus, one of the first companies listed alphabetically. Imagine where we'd all be right now if Atlus had been named after some other Greek god like Zeus. Fortunately for Hashino, Atlus didn't care that he was technically inexperienced, they just wanted his ideas and work ethic. They immediately put him to work on Shin Megami Tensei If, the game that inspired Persona. He was put in charge of the battle system, which was a tall order considering he was only just starting to learn how to use computers. That's like telling a kid that just learned how to ride a bike, hey, wanna ride this Formula 1 race car next? But Hashino proved himself to be up to the task, so Atlus kept giving him new games to work on. Next was Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner, and then Devil Summoner Soul Hackers after that. Hashino often worked into the late evenings, asking senior programmers a myriad of questions so that he could better understand the tricks of the trade. After 5 years, his hard work and competency was rewarded with his first directorial assignment, Makin X, a hack-and-slash game for the Dreamcast. A weird choice, but it was Atlus's first fully 3D game, and it received relatively good reviews. Consequently, Atlus finally had enough faith in him to put him in charge of the next mainline Shin Megami Tensei game. Hashino helped make SMT3 a hit, and further staved off Atlus's impending dissolution. That's right, Atlus was in dire straits. Despite the SMT games receiving mostly positive acclaim, they weren't generating enough revenue to keep the company afloat. A potential reason for this is that, besides being notorious for their difficulty, the SMT series was incredibly niche and very fixated on Japanese history and mythological lore that simply didn't translate well internationally. So by 2003, Atlus was very open to changing their formula and taking some risks. That being said, it was probably the perfect time for Katsura Hashino to pitch Persona 3 in the boldest way possible. By this point, he had directed several more SMT spin-offs, so he was probably feeling both confident in himself and frustrated at the company's stagnation. He approached his higher-ups in the company with a lengthy proposal, with revolution being the main call to action. He even had a picture of Che Guevara on the front cover. Hashino wanted to revolutionize the Persona series, much like how the Persona series revolutionized the SMT series. Atlus agreed that mixing things up would be worth a risk, and they let Hashino have full creative control as both director and producer. The fate of the company was now in his hands. Hoshino and his hand-selected team became P Studio, a group of developers who had mostly worked on the previous 2 Persona games. The majority of them were young guys in their 20s who had grown up on older SMT games and were incentivized to restore Atlus to its former glory. P Studio used the potential impending demise of the company as creative inspiration for Persona 3's story and its themes of living life to the fullest and embracing our inevitable death. In March of 2006, Persona 3 was announced to the world via Famitsu magazine, giving readers a sense of what the game would be like and introducing them to a few of the main characters. The game was officially released a few months later, and it received rave reviews from critics, even winning multiple RPG of the Year awards. Persona 3's success helped rebound Atlus's reputation, and for the first time, the series really began to get popular internationally.
We begin with a role-playing game where the activities split about evenly between doing high school work and killing demons.
A few years later, Atlus released Persona 3 Fez referencing festival and not that cute little hat. It was an enhanced edition of the game that also added a pretty meaty prologue called The Answer, later named Episode Igus. By 2009, Atlus was looking to remake P3 in mobile form. This led to Persona 3 Portable, which added a bunch of quality of life enhancements that were added from P4, which came out in the interim. P3 ended up being massively popular, and so, as these things usually go, Atlus milked the shit out of it. It spawned 4 anime films, a DDR-like game where Igus does the Gangnam-style dance, probably, and also the characters from Persona 3 appear in a ton of spin-offs and crossover games. There was even a freaking Broadway-style show. Oh my god, it's a musical. This is the dorkiest thing I've ever seen. But then again, I am the one watching it. In 2022, Atlus conducted a poll asking fans which game they'd like most to see a remake or remaster of. The top response was, you guessed it, Persona 3. Of course, unbeknownst to the general public, Atlus was already 5 years into a Persona 3 remake, and in 2 more years it would be finished. By now, Persona 5 had already been out for some time, and was an even bigger commercial success than P3. This game was so popular it got its own airplane. P5's style and vibes were unmatched, so that became the template for P3's remake. Persona 3 Reload released in February of 2024, and it's the version of the game that I played for this video. I have more to say about Katsura Hoshino, Atlus, and, the whole gang, but I can't dance around spoilers forever. So let's finally dive into Persona 3's story. Our story begins with a blue butterfly fluttering around in a very cryptic yet ominous message on the screen. You're basically told that you have a single year to live your life, and it's strongly implied that death will be waiting for you afterwards. You only get one shot, do not miss your chance to blow. The butterfly, by the way, is Philemon, an important reoccurring character in the Persona series. In the first game, he's the one who gives the player the ability to use personas. He's like a god, basically. He's benevolent, but rarely gets involved. He's much more important in the first 2 games, but in P3, he's basically just here to be a symbolic watcher of the protagonist, not unlike the mysterious voice from the first Kingdom Hearts. Philemon's not really that important to this particular game, but I am going to be referencing him later, so I hope you're taking notes because there will be a quiz. We then get introduced to the protagonist, Makoto Yuki. Makoto is the default name, but you're supposed to fill in your own. For such a serious story about death and fate and the nature of the soul, I figured I'd need an equally serious title.
Buttlicker! Our prices have never been lower!
Makoto is riding the train home, listening to the Persona 3 soundtrack on his MP3 player, which is very meta. Look at freaking Baby Driver over here. In fact, he's so distracted with his music that he doesn't even notice that he's apparently entered some sort of freaky-deaky phantom zone. In fairness though, I'd get distracted by the soundtrack too. This OST is amazing, you guys, but we'll get into that later. Everywhere the protagonist looks, where people should be, there's coffins standing upright. You may be thinking that Makoto walked into the United States Congress, but no, it's something called the Dark Hour, and he's one of the rare few who could see it. Makoto is on his way to the Iwatodai building, a student dorm he's moving into. It's his first day in town, and he's just enrolled in a school nearby. When he gets to the dorm, he's greeted by a freaky little boy who is almost certainly a ghost or something. He has you sign a mysterious contract, definitely nothing sinister or nefarious there. He then disappears, just in time for 2 new faces to show up. Makoto meets 2 girls living in the dorm, Mitsuru Karijo and Yukari Takaba. Yukari almost whips out a gun when she sees Makoto, but puts it away. You might be thinking, damn, what kind of ghetto-ass neighborhood is this dorm building in? But there's a good reason for her to have a gun, as we'll soon find out. Makoto doesn't even seem fazed by this at all, but then again, he did just see a bunch of floating coffins, so her having a gun is probably whatever at that point. First impressions of Yukari is that she's definitely the girl next door sort of character, and Mitsuru is the strict academic type, and she also probably keeps a whip in her bedroom. Because it's late, the girls show Makoto to his room and say goodnight without further explaining what's going on. It's pretty apparent that they too are aware of the dark hour, but for whatever reason are trying to keep it a secret. The next day, Yukari escorts Makoto to his new school, Gekkoken High. You'll be spending the day getting to briefly meet your classmates and teachers. Don't worry, you'll have the whole year to get to know them better. It's also briefly alluded to that Makoto is an orphan and that his parents died 10 years ago, thus leading him to living in a student dorm rather than at home. Makoto also meets Junpei Iori, a classmate who empathizes with Makoto being new at school. He's kind of a goober, but he seems like a nice guy. The next night, the dorm is attacked by a giant monster called a Shadow. Yukari pulls out that gun from earlier, but rather than pointing it at the monster, she points it at herself. The Shadow knocks it out of her hand, and Makoto picks it up. Compelled by the ghost boy from earlier, who, by this point we could assume is living within Makoto's psyche, he takes the weapon and fires it at his own head. This is when we learn that this device isn't a gun at all, but a tool for summoning powerful creatures called personas. Imagine if it had actually been a real gun. This would have been a much shorter story. But fortunately this game wasn't directed by Alec Baldwin, so it's all good. By the way, I should mention that there's obviously a lot of scenes throughout the game featuring characters pointing these gun-like objects at their heads and pulling the trigger. I know that that may be a lot for some people, and I certainly don't need YouTube demonetizing this video anyways, so for the duration of this retrospective, I'm going to be pulling a Steven Spielberg in E.T. and replacing all the guns with baked potatoes. Now it's Persona 3 Reloaded Baked Potato. You're welcome. Anyways, from out of Makoto's head appears Orpheus, Master of Strings, and the player's first encounter with the game's battle system. After defeating the Shadow, Makoto passes out.
It's so good to see you again.
He wakes up in a mysterious area called the Velvet Room, and meets its residents, Igor and Elizabeth. Each game in the Persona series has a different, unrelated story, but Igor and the Velvet Room are constants in every game. They're sort of interdimensional characters that guide the player along their journey. Igor tells Makoto that signing the contract from earlier allowed him access to the Velvet Room. He explains that Orpheus is a persona, and that a persona is the manifestation of your psyche. It's a mask that protects you from the hardships of the world, and only very special people can summon them. Personas are a real thing in clinical psychiatry, of course, but in this game they're used quite literally.
You're awake. How do you feel?
Makoto wakes up a week later in the hospital, where Yukari decides to be transparent about personas, shadows, and the dark hour, now that she feels like she could trust him a bit. All the dormmates gather in the living room and fill you in on everything they know. That the dark hour happens every midnight, and that it's invisible to all but a few individuals. The dark hour is basically the shadow's domain. Shadows are basically personas, but with different intention. Whereas personas are masks that we wear to assume an alternate identity, shadows are repressed parts of our psyche that we don't consciously acknowledge. They might represent our insecurities or our negative emotions like rage or fear or greed. In this game, shadows are basically monsters that live inside us and try to get out during the dark hour. To try to defeat these shadows and protect their town, the dormmates formed a group called SEAS, Specialized Extracurricular Execution Squad, and they asked Makoto to officially join by giving him his own evoker, which is the gun-like thing from earlier. The game doesn't really ever talk about why the evoker looks like a gun, but P3's director Katsura Hoshino explained it this way. We wanted to give them an external stimulus that would remind them of the seriousness of the decision they made and test the resolve every time. He then goes on to compare it to Russian roulette and how every player is testing their resolve every time they pick up the weapon, knowing that death is always a possibility. In the context of P3, the Persona users are assuming a risk to their life every time they decide to fight a shadow, so this evoker is meant to test their conviction and remind them of the inherent danger. So things are already a bit weird, but they're gonna get a lot weirder. That night, the Seas team takes Makoto to Gekkoukan High and shows him Tartarus, a bizarre tower that grows out of the school.
This is Tartarus, the labyrinth that reveals itself during the dark hour.
Labyrinth?
Tartarus is lousy with shadows, and the team believes that investigating it will provide insight into the nature of the shadows in the dark hour. Seas had previously only gone a little ways inside due to the danger, but now with the power of the protagonist, they feel confident they could explore it again and take care of whatever foe is inside. Now, the reason why Makoto is especially powerful is that he has the ability to summon multiple personas and switch them at will, as opposed to the rest of the Seas members who only have one dedicated persona each. Game director Hoshino explains in an interview that the reason why Makoto gets multiple personas is that he wanted the player to feel like they stood out from the other party members. He goes on to say that most people would theoretically have multiple personas in their day-to-day lives, the Seas members being no exception to this, but because the game focuses on Makoto's perspective, we only ever see one persona from the other party members because that's the persona they're using in their relationship with Makoto, if that makes sense. I'll try to elaborate on the psychology of personas more later, but for all intents and purposes, you get multiple personas because you're the main character, so you need to be freaking sick and awesome. Okay, so we've dug into the story a bit, but we haven't really gotten to know any of the main characters too well yet. So before we enter Tartarus, let's take a quick detour and talk about the first three members of Seas, starting with Yukari Takuba. Yukari is the popular girl at Gekkoukan High. She's on the archery team, which comes in handy during battles as she's the party's bow user. She's also supposedly in the drama club, which doesn't come up much during the story, but in the Persona world, there's an in-universe knockoff of Power Rangers called Phoenix Ranger Featherman R, and after the events of P3, Yukari goes on to become an actress and becomes the Pink Ranger. So basically, she's got a lot of extracurricular stuff going on. Despite being popular and being a pretty cheery person on the outside, she rarely talks about herself or shares things past a surface level. Pretty early on, in an effort to sympathize with Makoto being an orphan, she shares that her father passed away and that her mom and her are estranged. This may not seem like much, but you could tell for her this is a big step in opening up to others. I mentioned that Yukari gives off major girl next door energy, but to me, she also had a very older sister vibe too. Especially in her relationship with Junpei, she dogs on him pretty hard. A little too hard sometimes, to the point of her seeming kind of bitchy.
Man, this is a tough case. Even for Junpei Iori, ace detective.
More like Stupe, ace defective.
But considering Junpei doesn't really seem to take it personally, I guess it's fine. As someone who has an older sister, I actually found her barbing of Junpei the realest part about her, and honestly it's a testimony to P3's writing. Occasionally you'll get a couple weird lines, but for the most part, the characters' dialogue and their bonds with each other really feel real and fleshed out. All the party members have an elemental affinity in battle, and Yukari's proficiency is wind magic. She also tends to miss with her bow a lot, so you get used to that. I really like Junpei a lot. He's a huge goofball and probably the only one in the party that actually acts like a teenager.
Seriously? We're gonna go on a trip? Yes! Beaches and bikinis! Beaches and bikinis!
He's immature and rash, often dives headfirst into challenges he can't handle by himself. This recklessness is reflected in his fire affinity during battle. But he's also incredibly loyal and is always the one trying to keep the party's spirits up. He joins Seas after running into shadows during the dark hour, and gets invited to live at the student dorms with the other Persona users. Junpei is pretty into baseball and hopes to become a professional player someday, but other than that, he doesn't really have a ton of things he's good at. He finds that he's good at fighting the shadows, and so that becomes his main motivation for staying with Seas. Not for altruistic saving the world reasons, but because it gives him some confidence and lets him feel like a hero. Mitsuru Kirijo is the leader of Seas and pretty much the queen bee in every setting she's in. She's the student council president, she's in charge of the student dorms, and she'll be the one guiding you through Tartarus at the beginning of the game. She's the heir to the Chariot Group, a wealthy trading company that we'll later learn is intrinsically linked to Tartarus and the Shadows, but for now, it just means that she's ultra rich and can pretty much bankroll whatever crazy adventures you'll be getting into throughout the game. She's basically the anti-Junpei, mature, responsible, a little out of touch, and so naturally her elemental affinity is ice. Mitsuru doesn't act at all like a high schooler. Honestly, it kind of breaks the immersion of the game a little bit when she's basically chewing out one of her teachers like she isn't just a student.
So to protect your career, you ignored your responsibility as a teacher. Despicable.
Jeez, Mitsuru, can you crush this guy's balls any harder? For a long time, she's kind of a tough nut to crack. She's incredibly stoic and doesn't open up emotionally. But the plus side is that for the first few months of the game, when you're still trying to figure out all these strange new concepts like Tartarus dungeon crawling and summoning personas, it's nice to have at least one person on your team that seems to have their shit together. I'm not somebody that trusts others easily, but if Mitsuru told me to stick my head in an active beehive, I wouldn't question it.
Good boy! You're getting a nice steak after this.
Inside Tartarus, you'll learn a bit more about combat and the dungeon crawling mechanics of the game. It's a successful expedition, and after tonight, the game pretty much takes the training wheels off and lets you start the basic gameplay loop on your own. Now, what I mean by that is that the vast majority of the game alternates between your time spent at school, exploring town, getting to know others, and exploring Tartarus. For the most part, you're free to spend your time however you want until the next storyline event occurs. Remember that ominous message at the very beginning of the game saying you had 1 year and to spend your time wisely? Well, this is where it comes into play. Every month on a full moon, you'll fight a new shadow boss, and so you'll need to spend the time leading up to it, making sure your party is equipped to handle the challenge. That means allocating a certain amount of nights, going to Tartarus, and grinding experience. But what do you do with the rest of your time? I'm so glad you asked, the 12 people watching this video. Just kidding. I know it's more like 6. Side note, it's worth mentioning that the game canonically takes place in the year 2009. Incidentally, Persona 4 and 5 take place in 2011 and 2016. These games all take place a few years after they were released, and there's no definitive answer for why Atlus decided to do that. I'd assume that these games take years to develop, and so they set each game's story a few years into the future, so they don't accidentally write themselves into a corner, like if the game got delayed for a while, and then by the time it came out, the story would have been taking place in the past, you know? But all that being said, despite the story taking place in 2009, this game is very heavily 2006 coded. That may not seem like a big difference, but it is. Everyone has flip phones like it's the second season of Prison Break. Makoto orders products off a home shopping network, which he watches on his thrift store CRT TV. He's loading programs onto his PC with CD-ROMs that he buys at a freaking Circuit City while drinking an Orange Julius and listening to Shakira on his Microsoft Zune.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that.
Persona 3's world definitely feels different than the one we're in now. But honestly, that just adds to its charm because everything nowadays is kind of terrible. Watch as I fully transition into an old man by the end of this video. When you're not at Tartarus, you'll be exploring Tatsumi Port Island. There's a couple locations of note, but maybe we should start with the Iwatodai dorms.
Oh, welcome back.
The student dorms will be your home for the next year, and it's a pretty cozy place. Someone's always there to greet you when you enter, and it feels like you're on the set of freaking Cheers. I love it. Sometimes you just want to go where everybody knows your name. This is the primary spot to catch up with your teammates and see how everyone's doing, but there's a few other things you could do too. You could plant vegetables in the rooftop garden, you could cook meals in the kitchen, you could watch DVDs. Basically, every activity has the twofold effect of both giving you some kind of useful item and an opportunity to bond with one of your dorm mates. Sure, you could plant some seeds and eventually get a Rakukaja potato, which raises your defense for 3 turns, but the real treasure gained is friendship.
Hey, maybe this doesn't suck so bad after all.
Honestly, it is really rewarding seeing your friends get progressively better at their hobbies.
It's kind of dry. Okay, very dry. I can barely chew through it. I'm gonna reclaim my pride today. Just you wait. So tender and juicy. Way better than last time. Juicy.
There's also a computer you could use in the lobby, but before you get too excited, remember this game was released in 2006, and it's a shared PC. So, no slow-loading dial-up internet pictures of sexy women for you.
Juicy.
Instead, you could buy PC programs from a store at the local strip mall, or from a shady guy at this nightclub, as one tends to do. These programs vary from dating advice to gardening tips to lessons on how to be a ninja. There's also a pair of bathrooms you could use. In the original PS2 game, there was a fatigue system, where the longer you're in Tartarus, the weaker you get, thus forcing the player to spend time on other facets of the game while the party recovers. Going to the bathroom would occasionally help lessen your character's fatigue level. But this feature was removed for reload, so now the bathrooms essentially have no purpose. They're just like, hey, wanna go take a crap? It won't affect the gameplay in any capacity. No? You're good? On the 4th floor is the command room, where Seize discusses battle plans against the Shadows. Also, for some reason, there's cameras in all the bedrooms, and they're being monitored from this giant display. Who built this thing? Chuck Berry? But they do have a function, and it's to occasionally provide funny cutscenes that help us get to know the dorm mates better. Like the scene where Mitsuru calls the police because she assumes Junpei's room has been ransacked by intruders, when, in reality, he just has a messy room.
This is how my room always looks?
What? But, I mean, you can't possibly live like this, can you?
Believe it or not, our teen protagonists can't spend all their time hanging out in the student dorms or fighting Lovecraftian horrors in an incomprehensible abyss. They also occasionally have to go to school. Regardless of how crazy everyone's night lives end up being, Gekkoken High's schedule remains both consistent and unyielding. Every week you'll be given lectures about history, science, esoteric divination rituals for some reason, and every week you'll be called up to answer questions about those subjects. Throughout the year, you'll have midterms and finals which will test your memory of all the things you've learned. Nothing bad happens if you fail. After all, I think we all know college diplomas are a crock of shit. A bachelor's degree required for a minimum wage job, get the fuck out of here. But if you do pass the tests, you'll be awarded with rare items, and, most precious of all, Mitsuru's respect. I would do anything for you, Mitsuru. Gekkoken High isn't just about academics, though. Joining a club is a good way to get to know your classmates, and hell, why not rizz up your homeroom teacher if you can?
Are you trying to hit on me? You're a real troublemaker, huh?
Plania Mall is also a really significant location in the game. It's pretty much the default spot for outings, and there's a lot to do here, like buying weapons from this police officer, which, I'll go ahead and say it, seems like an ethical gray area. The reasoning here is that this particular officer, Kurosawa, is aware of the dark hour and is trying to help out Seize discreetly. Hopefully nobody sees what he's up to. I mean, honestly, I don't know how long you'd be able to keep that a secret. Hey, did you see that group of teens exiting the police station carrying a bunch of medieval-style weapons? What is that, a Morning Star? Did I just see a 16-year-old with a 5-foot-long claymore sword conspicuously sticking out of his JanSport backpack next to his schoolbooks and half-eaten bag of Funyuns? One thing you'll find pretty early in this game is that the story, while serious, doesn't take the details very seriously at all. I mean, a character who we'll meet later in the game literally walks around town with a pistol sticking out of his jeans, and literally nobody gives a shit. Or, you know, Tatsumi Port might just not have the most competent police department. There's also a club where you could buy a couple rare items, and a pharmacy where you could get some bare essentials. Later on, you'll be able to access the Velvet Room from this alleyway. It's also a good place to chat with Elizabeth and get to know her better. Eventually, she'll give you requests, which are basically side quests. You know, the typical stuff, like, go fetch this item, defeat this many enemies, bring her proof of the existence of Santa Claus, you know, typical stuff. Iwatodai Station Strip Mall is kind of a waste of time. There's not really much to do here. Where I live, there's a fairly thriving mall on one side of town and a nasty old decrepit mall on the other, and it's probably the first place I'll seek refuge during a zombie apocalypse. So, I get it, these things exist in real life, but it's just kind of silly to have like 5 locations in the entire game, and 2 of them are malls. The one thing I'll say about it though is there's a restaurant where you could eat a duck burger, and ducks are delicious, so that's something. Port Island Station, like the strip mall, is a spot you probably won't be visiting much. There's a movie theater you could visit and a flower shop you could buy seeds at for your rooftop garden, but other than that, there's nothing to do here. The spot is likely based on Kishimogen Temple, a real-life location the Atlas team would visit once a year to pray for the success of their games. There's a few activities you could do here, both of which warrants a more detailed explanation. Praying at the shrine can increase your social link standing with another character, and offering money can increase your social skill rank. I'll explain this one first. One major facet of your time management will be improving your social skills. This is divided between courage, charm, and academics. There's a variety of ways to increase these stats, and certain events in the game can only be triggered by having a high enough level. For example, if you want to smooth talk certain characters you're romantically invested in, you'll need a high amount of courage. You can increase your courage by singing at the karaoke club or seeing a horror movie at the theater. You can even gain courage by choosing to nap during class lectures. Before you know it, you'll max out your courage and be too cool for school. Alternatively, you can max out your academics by doing things like studying at the library, and then you'll be too school for cool. Or you could max out your charm by working at the local cafe, and then you'll be too sexy for school. Arcanas play a huge role in Persona 3, and they really need to be explained before we could get into how social links work. But you may be asking yourself, what the heck are Arcanas? Well, to really understand these concepts, you'll need at least a minimal understanding of tarot cards. If you have a friend who dropped out of college, has fallen for at least one essential oil scam, and is really into witch stuff, maybe now's a good time to give her a call. I'm sure she would be a fountain of information on this subject. But for my part, I'll just try to explain the basics. Tarot came about in 15th century Europe as playing cards, and about 3 centuries later, occultists were using them for divination rituals. Which is crazy. Imagine if in 300 years people are using Monopoly to predict the stock market. Nowadays, though, tarot cards are mostly associated with fortune-telling and New Age mysticism. In a deck, there's 22 major arcana, with each card symbolizing a stage in a person's life journey. In Persona, each social link is tied to a specific arcana, and as you get to know each character associated with that arcana, you'll understand why that specific arcana represents them. For example, take Mako, a little girl who hangs out at the shrine. After the protagonist befriends her, she starts to open up and explain that her parents are talking about divorce. Now, when I was first getting to know her, I was like 99% sure the twist would be that this little girl was a ghost. I mean, she's hanging out at the shrine by herself, no one ever seems to acknowledge her parents are neglecting her. I just had a pretty strong feeling it was going to turn out that she died or something, and she needed a friend to find closure or whatever. And then when I saw that her arcana was the Hanged Man, that pretty much sealed it for me. Yep, she's definitely a ghost.
I see dead people.
But this is where some knowledge of tarot would have been handy, because as it turns out, the Hanged Man doesn't represent death. Death represents death, weirdly enough. The Hanged Man represents letting go, surrendering, and accepting a bad circumstance in order to move past it. In Mako's case, she rejected the idea of her parents separating. She even goes as far as running away, hoping her parents will fall back in love over their mutual concern for finding her. In the end, they do get divorced, and Mako realizes she doesn't have any control of the situation, and shouldn't blame herself for it either. She learns to let go and accept it. And in that way, the Hanged Man Arcana pretty much predicts her entire character arc before it even begins. Like the social link characters, personas are also tied to a major arcana. You may have thought that simply helping Mako along her character arc was rewarding enough. I mean, if you don't like reading, you certainly wouldn't still be playing this game. But no, the actual point of maxing out these social links is that they will help you on the battlefield. By seeing Mako's story through to the end, you'll max out the Hanged Man Arcana. That means that when you fuse a new persona who's associated with the Hanged Man, you'll get a huge stat bonus and potential upgraded skills. In short, the more compassionate you are to children of divorce, the more epic you can make this motorcycle riding skeleton, who for legal reasons is definitely not just Nicolas Cage from Ghost Rider. So to summarize, these are the main goals you'll be trying to achieve in Persona 3. Dungeon crawling in Tartarus, trying to improve your social link skills through various means, and engaging in social link conversations with different characters to get to know them better, and in turn, strengthening the arcana associated with that character, which then feeds back into strengthening your personas. Learn more about the shadows and their unique designs.
The dark hour's upon us. Make sure to hide your kids, hide your wife, because these shadows are eating everybody up in here. Persona 3 will be right back. Greetings, my name is Igus, and I've been programmed to inform you about a new product in the wesdoesgames shop. Introducing the Android Girl t-shirt. This shirt comes in a variety of colors and sizes, and you can get yours at wesdoesgames.shop or click the link in the video's description. While you're there, explore some of the excellent high-quality products available for purchase. My readings report that the Android Girl shirt is 107.9% more soft and comfortable than similar shirts. Citation needed. Dare I say, this is what humans call fashionable? So promptly go to wesdoesgames.shop to acquire this item while it is still available. Thank you. And now, back to the video presentation. Wait, was I supposed to pay attention during those class lectures? But my teacher was wearing a samurai helmet. I wasn't taking him seriously. Persona 3 continues now.
Makoto wakes up one night and sees that creepy little boy from the start of the game hovering over his bed. He ominously warns the player that something bad will happen soon and that he should prepare for it. Makoto then just casually falls back asleep. I don't know about you, but I'd be calling for a priest and burning down the entire dorm if I saw a creepy ghost boy in my room, but that's just me. Since that giant shadow that attacked the dorms appeared on a full moon, the C's team deduces that the phases of the moon correlate with shadow activity. And sure enough, on the next full moon, a giant shadow attacks the city. Mitsuru rides up on her motorcycle like a badass to tell everyone about it.
Damn, girl.
Mitsuru is able to use her advanced technology to pinpoint where the shadow boss is. Persona 3 is extremely vague about these sort of details, like what sort of technology can do that? How does any of it work? Details like this are waved away pretty often in the story, so don't think too hard about it, I guess. The C's team goes to the monorail and discovers it's been hijacked by this big sexy lady over here, and that if they don't stop her, she's gonna crash it into the next train.
I've never seen one this big before, but there's no time. We have to end this now!
Now, you might look at the Shadow Priestess boss and wonder, how does her design make any sense at all? Persona 3 boasts a massive 173 different personas spread out between 22 different arcanas. That may not be Pokemon numbers, but it's still a lot. Maybe someday we'll get a Persona rap to help us remember all the names. Jack Frost, Ouroboros, Hanat, Bicorn, Goemon, Asperas, Thanatos, Norn. Personas themselves are themed after different religious and mythological figures. It's a little weird seeing the Hindu god Vishnu next to, you know, a unicorn, but their inclusions did make me more curious about their history. It stoked a fire in me to learn more about different religions and cultural myths, and honestly, it's all fascinating. I think it's always a good thing to have a healthy curiosity of the world, and so in that way, the game's use of established deities weirdly works. And can we talk about this unicorn for a second? Why is he so mad? He looks like he's about to bite someone's dick off. To really get into why personas are based on these figures, we need to think back on what we learned in our college Psych 101 class. I know you probably don't remember Carl Jung because you were too busy getting wasted and having promiscuous sex with strangers. Just kidding. I know if you're watching this video, you weren't cool enough to get invited to those sort of parties. I wasn't either. It's okay. Carl Jung was a famous psychiatrist who coined the term persona, which means a mask that one wears to project a desired image to the world, while secretly concealing who they truly are deep inside. For example, a brand new drill sergeant will put on a persona of toughness to seem like he shouldn't be messed with. A professor on his first lecture will put on a persona of intelligence and professionalism so that his students will trust him. a head of the WWE will pretend she knows anything about running the Department of Education, when in reality, all she wants to do is hit someone with a chair.
There's a chair across 2 chairs, and he powerbombed him through the chair!
In all these examples, these people use their personas to fake it till they make it. So in this way, it makes sense that our high school protagonists, with no combat experience, are able to conjure up brave warriors to fight on their behalf. These personas represent the power they desire, rather than their actual power. As to why the personas are based on who they're based on, Jung also believed in an all-persona, that there was a collective unconscious in between all humans that we all unknowingly draw from. You may or may not be Christian, but you probably know what an angel is. That's because an angel fits into a specific archetype that all humans are subconsciously aware of. Incidentally, Philemon, you remember him, he was the butterfly at the start of the game. Philemon is the name of a figure that appeared to Jung while he was tripping balls. He gave counsel to Jung and was basically a wise old man, explaining the idea of the collective unconscious to him. That's why in the Persona series, Philemon also represents the wise elder who appears to the player and imparts his knowledge. Despite there being a collective unconscious, Jung believed that each individual perceived and interpreted archetypes slightly different. Interestingly, this concept allowed the Atlas team a lot of leeway to design these personas however they wanted. I mean, when I imagine Odin, I imagine an older guy with a white beard. But P3's Odin is simply Makoto's idea of Odin. He hasn't seen any of the Thor movies, so why shouldn't Odin, be purple? A persona is simply an ideal, and it only has whatever power we collectively as a society decide it should have. In a hypothetical society where professors were expected to act like idiots, an intelligent persona wouldn't have any power at all. Incidentally, if you've played this game, you might have noticed that the more obscure mythological figures tend to be lower level, and more prominent religious figures tend to be a higher level. Genuinely, no offense to anyone's beliefs, but does the Celtic Silky have any less legitimacy than Vishnu? I don't think so, but because so many people believe in the Hindu faith, society elevates that figure as being more real. Our humanity's collective unconscious gives that persona more power, because if so many people believe that figure is real, then it must have some legitimacy. Obviously, this is circular reasoning, but that's how humans think. Thus, Vishnu gets Akasha Arts, one of the best moves in the game, and Silky doesn't get diddly squat. Tough luck, better luck next time, Silky. Like all the main characters, personas themselves all have a designated arcana that represents them. This makes them even more interesting since their arcana ties into their historical or mythological background. The Grim Reaper being associated with the Death Arcana makes sense, but to understand why Mara, this horrific penis monster, is associated with the Tower Arcana, you'd have to read up on Buddhist cosmology. There's very little surface level stuff in this game. Everything has multiple layers of symbolism. I love it. But going back a minute to the giant dick monster, Atlas took a lot of creative liberties with the creature designs, and it definitely made me a little nervous playing. The "Are you winning yet, son?" meme never felt more real than when I unlocked Angel.
Oh my god! We're not worthy!
Dad, I swear it's just a game about defeating evil with the power of friendship. You don't need to take the lock off my bedroom door. Actually, there's potentially a few good reasons why Angel is dressed like she's ready to go to the
Gothic arsehole.
That's what I said.
The Book of Enoch talks about angels coming to Earth and seducing humans, with their offspring being the Nephilim, or giants, one notable one being Goliath from the story of David and Goliath. The angels couldn't control their lust, thus this fetish-sized design kinda makes sense. The actual description for Angel in the game says that they represent guardian angels, who are each assigned to one human at birth. So in this situation, they are completely submissive to humans. The point of all this being that there's a good, if not thoroughly esoteric reason for Angel's seductive design. I swear, Dad, please don't ground me. Likewise, the shadows have some pretty out there designs that are heavily cloaked in symbolism. Except for this Hulk Hogan looking shadow, I don't think he is supposed to represent anything, just that he looks like Hulk Hogan and that's funny. What you gonna do when Shadow Mania runs wild on you, brother? All the shadows can be categorized in... Wait, why is this music playing again? We did this already. Ah, hell. Trance Twins, Mock Wheel, Stoic Snake, Bronze Dice, Flowing Sand, Wild Beast, Cyclops, Minotaur, Death Seeker, Phantom Lord, Black Raven, Doomsword. All the shadows can be categorized into major arcana, and some are a little easier to decipher than others. Shadows from the Lover's Arcana are pretty self-explanatory. You have a Cupid shadow, this horny snake with the male symbol intersecting the female symbol. There's even a slow dancing couple that share a head that looks like a heart. I always felt really bad fighting these shadows. I mean, they're kinda just minding their own business and trying to dance with each other. To make things worse, if you defeat one of them, the other one will be completely despondent because they're grieving the loss of their partner. Why'd you have to do that to my emotions, Atlas? But there's quite a few shadows whose designs don't immediately make sense to me. Like, a Cyclops enemy is a gimp dude tied upside down to a giant wheel. Nothing about that screams Cyclops to me. But that's kind of the beauty of Persona's shadow design. Everything is totally abstract and mysterious, so it really makes you work the old imagination to make sense of things. So let's try breaking down the Cyclops. The design of the wheel specifically looks like the Dharma wheel or the Dharma chakra, which is an important symbol in Buddhism. If you remember the Dharma initiative from Lost, this symbol may look familiar. The meaning of the Dharma chakra is way too complex to cover here, but the dumbed down version is that it represents the changing cycles of life and the suffering one has to go through before experiencing happiness. If all that sounds similar to a major arcana we discussed earlier, that's because the Cyclops' arcana is, you guessed it, the Hanged Man. Like I mentioned earlier with Meiko's social link, the Hanged Man represents surrendering to your circumstances. Literally speaking, the Cyclops is the Hanged Man because he's being suspended upside down. Figuratively, he's surrendering to the turning wheel of the Dharma chakra by being chained to it. But why is it called a Cyclops? I don't think the Homeric Cyclops is what's being referenced here at all. I mean, I sure can't find any parallels between this shadow and the story from the Odyssey, so I think Cyclops is only being used in its etymological sense. Cyclops comes from the Greek words circle or wheel and eye, so he's literally wheel eye or eye in the center of the wheel. Going back to the Dharma chakra, the center of the wheel is called the Dharma eye, and it represents enlightenment or being able to see reality for what it really is, which incidentally is what the Hanged Man achieves once he submits to his fate. Now, I could very well be completely wrong about all of this. Atlas could come out tomorrow and say, yeah, no, Cyclops is just a freaky dude. But considering how much the Persona devs love metaphors, I doubt the shadow design is that simple. I mean, they named their new game Metaphor, for God's sakes. To summarize, the Cyclops shadow is an amalgamation of different ideas, specifically Greek mythology, Dharmic religions, cartomancy, and let's be honest, probably some BDSM too.
Gothic arsehole.
You gotta appreciate Atlas's dedication for such weird and arcane designs, and this is just for one relatively unimportant enemy. I think the vast majority of people aren't gonna care about any of this, but for people like me that got really sucked into the lore of the Persona universe, these sort of designs really enrich the experience. And then there's this hamburger helper looking motherfucker. So knowing now that every Persona in Shadow has an intricate reason behind their design, let's take another look at the Priestess Shadow. So if I haven't mentioned already, the first shadow that attacked the student dorms was associated with the Magician Arcana. Since the shadow represents the High Priestess Arcana, we can assume that every boss in this game will be connected to the major arcanas in chronological order. So the next boss after this will be the Empress. A lot of the shadow designs we've seen thus far have a twisted or ironic take on the thing they're supposed to represent, and the bosses are probably the most extreme example of this. Let's compare the original High Priestess's tarot card with this boss's design. On the card, the priestess is between two pillars, Boaz and Jachin, the name of the pillars in King Solomon's temple. There's also ample reason to believe that this woman is a popess rather than just a priest because of her papal tiara. Hey guys, if the shadow is supposed to represent the Pope, why not just send in JD Vance to finish her off? So in contrast with the High Priestess being a sanctimonious figure, this shadow is kind of a hoe. The pillars of Boaz and Jachin, which represent the wisdom of King Solomon, are tattooed on her breasts, and in this context it probably has another meaning which I'm sure you could all figure out. The rest is kind of subjective, but I think her sprawled out is supposed to be in juxtaposition with the High Priestess standing up confidently. The High Priestess also has a scroll that says Torah, which means divine law, but the Shadow Priestess has hair made up on scrolls that are flowing and whipping around wildly, making the knowledge on the scrolls unreadable and incomprehensible. So basically her design is a reversed, twisted version of what the High Priestess Tarot is supposed to represent. Anyways, to conclude this part of the story, Makoto and the gang manage to defeat the High Priestess Shadow just in time before it's able to crash the train. Huzzah! Seize is really starting to work well as a team, and we love to seize it. One character I haven't gotten to yet is Akihiko Sanada. He's an old friend of Mitsuru and one of the founding members of SEAS. At the start of the game, he gets injured in battle and is waiting on the sidelines for the first month or so of the game. Once he's recovered, he joins the party as a playable character. Akihiko is the sporty, sexy guy that all the girls at Gekkuken High are in love with. He's a member of the boxing team, and he's constantly training and working out to improve himself. Despite all this, he's not the musclehead douchebag jock type you'd think he would be. Instead, he's surprisingly humble and shows a lot of interest in mentoring the protagonist whenever he can, almost like an older brother figure.
I'll be leaving the dorm soon. But that doesn't change the fact that I'll always be your senpai.
Sanada is probably the character that breaks the immersion of the story the most for me, and I'm saying this knowing that later on we'll get a fighting dog and a sexy robot character in the party. Akihiko is just too adult and doesn't act like a teenager at all. It doesn't help that his voice actor, while he did a phenomenal job, sounds like he's in his late 20s at least.
Don't ever show your face around here again. If I ever hear you're threatening my friends, you know what'll happen next.
Yeah, this definitely sounds like a pubescent teen, alright. Still, Akihiko is a stand-up guy, and the sort of person who will challenge an entire gang of hoodlums to a fight all by himself. Another character I've kind of neglected to mention until now is Shuji Ikutsuki. He's the chairman of SEAS and works in some capacity for Mitsuru's father. Ikutsuki stops by every once in a while to provide some sort of exposition to the story, or act in a supervisory role during missions. He also tells some really bad jokes.
The monorail. I bet this subject would make a good one-liner. Don't forget to deck up for your checkup. Just kidding.
Boo! You stink!
He seems like a nice enough guy, but because he keeps his distance from the group a lot of times, we don't really get to know him all that well. The game's art director, Shigenori Sojima, said that he designed Ikutsuki as the sort of adult that your instincts tell you not to trust. What's not to trust about a guy who dresses like a beatnik and looks like he goes to spoken word poetry slams? Shadows at night, what a fright. Take these personas and get them out of my sight, man. I've touched briefly on what personas are, that gameplay-wise, they're kind of like Pokemon that you collect and you summon them to battle on your behalf, but a big chunk of the strategy for battles happens in the Velvet Room before you even face an enemy. This is where you can fuse 2 or more personas together to make a new one. You could also register your current personas into the Compendium, which essentially saves a copy of them at their current state, allowing you to summon them later at a cost. So if you fused Persona A with Persona B to create Persona C, you could summon Persona A or Persona B from the Compendium so long as you registered them before the fusion happened. Now, you might ask yourself, why would I want to get rid of my Jack Frost? I like Jack Frost. Sure, he wasn't a good dad in life, but now he's trying his best to be there for his son as a snowman. Plus, he's leveling up and learning new skills, so what's the problem? Well, here's the thing. Technically, any persona could be leveled up to level 99, but there's only so many skills they can learn, and they're predetermined. Meaning, you could put all your effort into grinding experience for Jack Frost to get him his best skills, but his best skills would be nothing compared to other stronger personas. In order to keep progressing throughout the game, you need to constantly throw your persona into the meat grinder to make way for higher level personas who have better skills from the get-go. Sorry, Jack Frost, you'll have to wait till your son dies before you could have a relationship with him again in the afterlife. Oh my god. I just made myself a little sad. Now, there's a big catch here when it comes to fusing personas. If every new persona was always better in every way, it'd make the effort you put into your personas feel a little obsolete, right? Well, fortunately, fused personas can inherit skills, so if you leveled up Jack Frost as high as he could go and got his most powerful skill, you could pass on that skill and by extension, Jack Frost's legacy as well. Unfortunately though, each fused persona has a limited amount of skills they can inherit, so you'll have to strategically pick which ones to keep and which ones to discard. This is honestly where the real meat of the strategizing lies. Different personas have different skills, so if you could fuse a new persona with the right combination of skills, you'll be able to make your perfect build. And then when it's time to fuse another persona, you could fuse that fused persona and carry over its fused skills. And so on indefinitely, till you've created the perfect persona, Belphegor, the Diarrhea Demon. Best example I could give for this is the Experience 3 skill. It allows a persona to gain 100% of a battle's experience points, even if it wasn't used in that battle. This would be a good skill for anyone to have, so if you fused a new persona and passed on this skill, not only will that new persona have it, but you could then resummon that original persona from the compendium and use that original persona to further pass on Experience 3 via fusion. Like Genghis Khan or Nick Cannon fucking everybody to create an enormous genetic legacy, you too can breed generations of personas that all carry the specific skills you want them to have. So the game incentivizes you to not get too attached to Jack Frost, and that's fine. But my biggest and really only gripe about the fusion system is that the time that you get to spend with each persona before they become obsolete is just too short. The very nature of leveling up in this game requires sacrificing personas to make new, more powerful ones, but a lot of times that means sacrificing personas you literally just created, so you never get to know or even use like 90% of these guys. And because the character designs and their abilities are so varied, you're gonna have your favorite types. I held on to Osi for the longest time because I thought he was freaking sick. I mean, look at him. He's a jaguar with a loincloth and a cape and 2 swords. Osi is the man. But playing the game optimally means that within a few hours of gameplay, his power won't be able to catch up with the player, and he'll need to be sacrificed in order to make a stronger persona. It's a constant hustle, and you can't go catching feelings, as some rapper probably said once. Once you have all your personas dialed in, and you strategically fuse them to acquire the right combination of skills, you can finally use them in battle. Naturally, being an RPG, the battles make up about a third of the gameplay, so let's go over the battle system in a little more detail.
Alright, bring it on!
The most crucial element of battles is exploiting an enemy's weakness. In this game, it's called the One More system. If you're fighting a Fire Shadow, then you'll want to attack with Ice, and that's where strategically swapping your personas comes in handy. When an enemy's weakness is exploited, it gets knocked down, and you'll be given one more turn to attack, or you could give your extra turn to another party member. By exploiting weaknesses in quick succession, you can defeat a whole team of shadows before they can even take a turn, so this is by far the most efficient way to play the game. A warning though, the shadows could do the exact same thing to you. So not only do you have to keep tabs on which persona you have equipped in order to strike an enemy's weakness, but you also need to make sure your persona's weakness isn't exploited either. If you're fighting a Fire Shadow and an Ice Shadow, if you equip a Fire persona in order to attack the Ice Shadow could just as easily attack you back and exploit your persona's weakness to Ice and knock you down. You also won't know what the enemy's weakness is until you're already in battle, so generally speaking, it's good to have a varied deck of personas with different elemental affinities so that you could be prepared for anything.
I'll go with.
Even ultra-strong shadows or personas have an Achilles heel, and figuring out what it is and exploiting it is paramount. Of course, you won't know much about an enemy until you scan them, and that's where the party's navigator comes in. She could scan an enemy in exchange for SP, and after a few turns, the data about the enemy's strengths and weaknesses will appear. Occasionally, you'll fight a shadow that has no weaknesses to anything, in which case you just need to press standard attacks. Rarely, for really strong endgame enemies, you'll find that not only are they not weak to anything, but they might be resistant to everything too. In that situation, you'll need to use debuff items or spells to remove their resistance so that you can land a blow. There's always a way to defeat an enemy, but in some situations, if you aren't thoroughly prepared, you could get softlocked into an unwinnable battle. If all enemies are knocked down, you could do an all-out attack, which is a super move that all available party members can jump in on. It's really cool the first time you see it. Significantly less cool the 20 millionth time you see it, and if you're even remotely decent at battle, you'll be seeing it a lot. Not to brag, but I'm pretty good. When you successfully pull an all-out attack at least once during the battle, you'll get something called a shuffle time. Basically, it's just an extra reward besides the experience and items you'll already be receiving. You can choose what reward you want, whether it's extra money or extra experience, that sort of thing. The game encourages you to mix things up though, because if you stay in Tartarus long enough to get one of each, you'll be rewarded with an Arcana boost, which raises the effects of the previous cards you collected. One huge advantage of Persona 3 Reload over the original is the ability to control your party members. This may seem like a no-brainer, but in the original game, your party was controlled by the CPU, and you had to hope and pray they didn't do something stupid. Marin Karen again? Come on. Speaking of your teammates, pretty much everyone will use weapons that seems thematically appropriate. Junpei uses a baseball bat because he's into baseball and he's kind of a blunt guy. Mitsuru, on the other hand, fights with a rapier because it's classy and elegant and sharp. Ken Amada, who we'll meet later, uses a spear to make up for his short reach. Akihiko uses melee attacks because he likes boxing, etc., etc. You might be wondering what this gauge is here. When you perform enough specific actions, which are all character relevant, like Yukari's loads every time she heals someone, for example, you'll unlock Thurgies. These are one-time super moves that reset the gauge with each use. Every party member has two, except for Fuka and Shinjiro, womp womp, and they are massively overpowered. I mean, just look at Mitsuru go here. Holy shit! Look at her flipping her hair. What a badass bitch. Yukari's doing a backflip, I can't believe it. Look at Akihiko's super fast lightning punches. Tell me that isn't the coolest thing you've ever seen in your life. Yeah, these moves are completely broken, as you could just fill up your gauges for the entire party before fighting a boss, and then use them all at the same time. If the gauges reset at the end of each battle, that would even out the fairness quite a bit, but honestly, I can't really complain because these moves are meant to make the player feel super powered, and they do a good job at that. When we return from the break, we'll dig deep into the meaning of Tartarus. That's not a toothpaste. And we'll meet a new party member who's ready to fook up some shadows.
Let me help you out. I'm stronger than ever before.
I'm really liking the C's team so far. Yukari is nice, Akihiko is a babe. I might need to keep an eye out for Junpei though. Persona 3 will return in a moment. I think Elizabeth and I have a lot in common. We're both hosts whose jobs is to greet visitors, we both live in a vague nebulous space, and we both can cast Megadolon on people that annoy us. Persona 3 continues now.
Not long after the incident with the train, the party faces a new obstacle. Around town, people are becoming more and more desensitized to things, probably because they're too busy playing violent, sex, devil video games like Night Trap. This condition is diagnosed as apathy syndrome, and a person at the end stages of it will be completely catatonic, like a mindless zombie, or a video editor making a multiple-hour video about Persona. We vaguely hear people talking about it around town, but it doesn't really hit home for the players until the students from Gekkoken start disappearing, then reappearing later with the illness. Well, it turns out that Tartarus has been calling out to people and beckoning them to enter so its shadows can feast on their souls, not unlike a blue-balled Nosferatu or that pint of Ben & Jerry's in my freezer at 1 in the morning. This leads the party to investigating the Dark Tower. Yukari and Mitsuru stay at the entrance, with Akihiko finally joining in battles now that his previous injury is finally healed. Makoto, Akihiko, and Junpei find one of the missing students who has been lured to Tartarus. Her name is Fuka Yamagishi, and she is the anime Dandere trope if there ever was one. You know the type. Quiet, shy, socially awkward, but kinda cute and innocent, and she gradually opens up as the story progresses. Well, that's her in a nutshell. Actually, this is her in a nutshell.
Help! I'm in a nutshell! How did I get into this nutshell? Look at the size of this bloody great big nutshell. What sort of shell has and not like this. I mean, this is crazy.
Fuka has miraculously survived in Tartarus for 10 full days without getting eaten by a shadow, thanks to her seemingly supernatural ability to sense enemies nearby and avoid them. The Seas team recognizes that she may be persona sensitive, so they give her an evoker and ask her to join the team.
Wait, is this a
potato?
So the reason why Yukari wanted to stay behind with Mitsuru was so she could keep an eye on her. From the start of the game, Yukari has had suspicions about Mitsuru's intentions and concerns about her withholding information from the group regarding shadows in the Dark Hour, but before Yukari could probe her for information, they're both attacked by 2 giant shadows. Following the tarot theme for boss fights, these ones represent the Emperor and Empress Arcana. Their design, like the High Priestess, is also meant to be an anti-version of what they're supposed to represent. The Emperor has a short sword representing weakness, and he moves in a very stiff manner, incapable of the flexibility a good leader needs. The Empress is kind of bloated, and that probably represents hedonism, which goes against the saintly image she's supposed to project, and she's covered in flashy jewelry, so her materialistic design clashes with the spiritually enlightened sort of figure she's supposed to be. The protagonist and company gets there just in time, thanks to Fuka's foresight that a giant shadow is nearby. Fuka, in a moment of tension, learns that she could summon a persona herself. She also has the ability to scan an enemy's weakness, and that knowledge helps the party best the shadows and win the fight. Afterwards, the Seas team formally asks Fuka to join, and she readily agrees and moves into the dorm pretty much immediately.
I'll do it. It would be my honor.
She apparently doesn't get along with her parents, so she won't be missed. This becomes sort of a lazy writing cliche throughout the story, where the small details that could lead to plot holes are just waved away. I think I've probably mentioned this before, but... Okay, so Fuka's parents don't mind if she moves into the dorms, but what about Yukari's mom, or Junpei's parents? Every one of these teen characters seems to be conveniently blank slated from any kind of family connections or obligation, save for Mitsuru, that would get in the way of the plot. But that's okay. Fuka is moving in, her parents don't care, nobody's calling CPS. I guess that's fine. Because Fuka has such remarkable skills pinpointing shadows' locations and their weaknesses, she takes over as the party's navigator, which allows best girl Mitsuru to join the front lines once again. She fights with a rapier and uses ice magic, which of course matches her elegant but standoffish disposition. Fuka ends up fitting well into the Seas team. She's quiet and reserved, but often plays the peacemaker of the group, and as time goes on, becomes almost a matronly figure for Seas. Just look at that mother Fuka. Now that the team is feeling a little more supported, Chairman Ikutsuki presents the party with some brand new swag, in the form of matching armor and uniforms. After defeating a second major shadow boss, our teen heroes are finally feeling more confident about their power and ability to save the world. So when they go back to Tartarus to keep exploring, they do so wearing their new uniforms and doing a sick-ass slow-motion Armageddon walk. And they really milk the shit out of it too, but that's okay, because they earned it. By this point in the game, we've made it to the second block of Tartarus, so we really ought to talk more in detail about what exactly this strange building is before we proceed any further. We've really only scratched the surface of Tartarus, so let's dig a little deeper. In Greek mythology, Tartarus is a prison in the deepest level of the underworld. It's a dungeon where only the evilest of evils are kept, so in Persona, it makes sense that this is where all the creepy shadows live. Now, the rest may get a little confusing, so I'll try my best to break it all down in a digestible way. I'll have to put like a freaking graph on the screen or something so this will make more sense. If you're just listening to this video's audio without actually watching it, then you are gonna be screwed.
Oh my god!
The different segments, or blocks, of Tartarus are named after the 7 Earths, which is a concept from both Judaism and Islam. There's Thebel, Barca, Yabasha, Zaya, Haraba, and Adama. According to the Zohar, which is the primary source for the Kabbalah belief, and you don't mess with the Zohar, our world is made up of 7 Earths, which Adam visited after being kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Thus the subtitles for the different Tartarus blocks being Garden of this or Garden of that. There's a lot of interpretations of what exactly these 7 Earths are, whether they're literally the 7 continents of the world, or 7 alternate dimensions that are layered over one another like an onion. In Kabbalah, there's also 7 heavens, but we're not going to get into that right now. Each Earth also corresponds to a node on the tree of Sephiroth, more commonly referred to as the Tree of Life, which is also a concept from Kabbalah. Basically, imagine God at the top and everything in life sprawling out underneath like roots beneath a tree. Keter, or the crown, is at the very top. Hakma and Bina, intelligence and wisdom, are directly underneath. Together, these three concepts, this holy trinity, make up the most important parts of God. Then underneath are 7 more nodes representing other facets of God: mercy, judgment, regrets about creating foreskin, etc., and with the foundation of the earth being at the very bottom. Thebel is the lowest block of Tartarus. It's equivalent to the Malkuth on the Tree of Life. Malkuth literally means kingdom and is often associated with oral tradition, so it makes sense that this block stems from Gekokun High. Visually, its design kind of resembles a twisted Twilight Zone version of the school. Thebel's subtitle is Garden of the Secular. Secular can mean either non-religious or worldly, and either description would work here since it's meant to represent the world of man on its most surface level. Thebel is pretty basic, but I still find it to be one of the creepiest areas in the game. I mean, just look at this concept art. Arca is the second block, and it takes a hard right turn into the bizarre. Everything has this slippery, veiny, H.R. Geiger look to it, with giant emotionless faces on the walls. I absolutely hate it. Arca's subtitle is Garden of the Visages. Visage means face, so there you go. Arca is the equivalent of Hod on the Tree of Life. Hod is supposed to represent intellect and the ability to comprehend divine truths. This may be a shot in the dark, but I think this may tie into the themes of the Alien series, specifically Prometheus, a movie about a group of scientists trying to find humanity's progenitor. I mean, look, the faces on the wall even look the same. It may also be a reference to Dark City, but I don't have time to get into that. Next is the Yabasha block. I don't have strong feelings about this one. It kind of just reminds me of an unfinished airport terminal. I'm halfway expecting Tom Hanks to pop out somewhere. The layout is often confusing as there's these stairs that tend to block your progress. The design seems to be based on M.C. Escher's Relativity, you know, the painting with the stairs, and also is in the movie Labyrinth with David Bowie going, "Your eyes can be so cruel." And then he was like, Yabasha's Tree of Life parallel is Nesak, which represents endurance, fortitude, and patience. Appropriate, considering this area is a giant, frustrating maze that will definitely try your patience. Its subtitle is The Garden of the Uncouth, which may seem like it doesn't fit here, but it does. Uncouth usually refers to a person's manners, but it could also refer to anything that's awkward, clumsy, out of place, or uncanny. You know, like a room with upside-down stairs. Zaya, or Garden of the Extravagant, is probably the most self-explanatory. It's a giant golden palace with red carpets. Its Tree of Life companion is Teferet, which represents beauty, adornments, and the glory of God's throne. Personally, I think this block looks gaudy as hell. What a freaking Persian family decorate this shit? Next is Haraba, also known as the disco party room where everyone gets epilepsy and dies. It's connected to the Gavora in the Tree of Life, which represents judgment, but it could also represent fire, thus its subtitle, Garden of the Scorched. If you think fire has nothing to do with disco, think again. And last, there's Adama. I'll let Persona 3's art director, Shigenori Sojima, describe this block. I wanted to make sure there was nothing unnecessary. The grooves on the walls and the floors represent the Milky Way, the universe, and the flow of the atmosphere, and I was inspired by Van Gogh's painting of the night sky, The Starry Night. The main color is white. Its Tree of Life counterpart is Chesed, which means kindness, love, and mercy. It's the node closest to God, and thus this block's heavenly vibe. Adama's subtitle is Garden of the Melancholy, and I'm not sure that this is supposed to correspond with any particular religious thing. I think it may simply be referring to the dire situation the party's in by the time they get there, but we haven't gone that far yet in the story, so I'll take a step back. Now, as far as the actual gameplay of Tartarus goes, most of the floors are randomly generated, so the layouts will always be a little different each time you enter. But some things do remain consistent. Like, each segment of the tower caps with a mini-boss fight, and after that a roadblock that prevents you from climbing any higher. As the story progresses, these barriers disappear. This is the game's way of hand-holding your progression so that you don't go too far too fast. That may seem like a hindrance, but trust me, with so much scheduling to keep track of in this game, it's kinda nice when you're told, no, do something else and come back later. And yes, you do need to go to Tartarus. I know this game is basically a dating sim, but that doesn't mean you get to skip the dungeon crawling stuff.
Let's go! Pathetic!
Are you ready?
I wasn't a huge fan of Tartarus at first because there's a severe lack of things to do here, a lot of that having to do with the PlayStation 2's hardware limitations. Reload adds some flourishes like objects you could destroy for items and some extra visual pizzazz to each area, but considering it's the only dungeon in the game and the story heavily revolves around it, it kind of seems like there wasn't any real way of improving on this without having to rework everything. The dungeon crawling can get a little monotonous, but after a while it starts to grow on you, for better or worse, the longer you get absorbed into the flow of ascending floors, destroying statues, collecting treasure chests, and fighting shadows. You'll get kind of a runner's high, and you know, it's not too bad. You can't always pick back up where you left off in Tartarus. Saving is disabled, and in order to go back to the entrance, you'll need to find a transporter. There's also the shuffle time rewards I mentioned earlier in the video. The more battles you fight, the more shuffle times you'll get, and a lot of these rewards stack. So, for example, you might get a card that gives you more experience for as long as you're in Tartarus, and that reward gets cancelled once you leave. You get rewarded for staying in Tartarus longer, but the longer you're there, the more likely you'll get into a fight you can't win, and if you haven't saved in a while, you'll lose all your progress. You'll have to balance the risk against the reward, and that can make the Tartarus grind pretty addictive. Fuka doesn't just help out with scanning enemies, she can also help while you're making your way through the maze. You could use her navigator skills in exchange for SP, and they include things like making yourself temporarily invisible to enemies, or buffing up the party, or automatically debuffing the next enemy you fight, that sort of thing. It's a nice feature, and thanks to SP allowances being so stingy in this game, you really can't abuse it, since her moves all take up a lot, and you generally want to save up at least enough of Fuka's SP to scan enemies in battle. Every month or so, Elizabeth will send you texts informing you that random people have wandered into Tartarus. We may have rescued Fuka, but the alluring call of Tartarus remains, and if these randos stay too long, they'll get ate up by a bunch of shadows. You may be asking yourself, why should I care? I'm a cold son of a bitch and I don't care if fictional NPCs die off screen. Well, as someone with Catholic-level guilt over everything, I can't imagine being that uncaring. I mean, outside the police station, there's even a wanted sign for these NPCs. These NPCs have families looking for them, you guys. And if that doesn't get you, well, there is a monetary reward every time you rescue someone. Oh, now you care, you heartless bastard? To add another layer of importance here, occasionally a social link character like Mako will wander in, and if you don't save her, she's gone for good. Mako is going through enough with her parents' divorce, okay? She doesn't need to be eaten by monsters in the process of having a horrific Pan's Labyrinth adventure on top of it. Speaking of otherworldly terrors, later in the game you'll encounter the Reaper, which is a unique enemy that will appear in Tartarus if you spend too long on any one particular floor.
Is that the Grim Reaper?
If you stay on a floor longer than a few minutes, the Reaper will chase after you and try to corner you into a fight. This is pretty good incentive to keep things moving because this guy is pretty much unbeatable for most of the game, and he can one-hit kill your party with ease. I love his design, he looks like an Organization 13 reject. I think it's pretty creepy that he's the one enemy in the game that actually hunts the player, you know? I think that basically makes him like Mr. X from Resident Evil. I can't handle horror because I'm a giant wimp, so this guy was pretty intimidating to me. But then I learned you could just cheese God's hand until he's dead. But the Reaper isn't the only secret challenge you'll find in Tartarus. There's also things called monad doors. In the original game, it was a dungeon within Tartarus that goes down instead of up, and it was full of super high-leveled enemies. So it was really meant to be tackled late in the game, but was available early on to entice the player to try their luck. In Reload, the monad depths are divvied up between the different Tartarus blocks. I guess the rationale for this is the developers preferred the players taking on challenges a little at a time, as staying too long in one location enough would get boring. I get the logic in this, but at the same time, the monad, when it was first introduced, seemed incredibly daunting and mysterious, but after you start seeing it on every block, it starts to lose its luster. Since we spent so much time talking about the design of Tartarus, maybe we should talk about the graphics and design of Persona 3 as a whole. Style was the cornerstone of this game's development. The composer even made the soundtrack using the game's UI as inspiration. In that sense, Persona 3 has a very specific vibe, and it's consistent across the character design, the special effects, the menus, the fonts, everything. A simple but consistent color palette, flat 2D shapes, and an effective use of spacing. And this is just for the original version of the game. Reload's menus are on a whole nother level. I mean, look at all the attention to detail and work that must have gone into this. There's custom art for everything. In a lot of ways, this menu is indicative of the game's style as a whole. Basically, whenever there's an opportunity to show something in a visually interesting way, Persona 3 takes it. Director Hoshino was largely influenced by filmmaker Yukihiko Satsuno's style. Satsuno was a film and TV director known for his use of dramatic camera angles and bold colors. This is just my own theory, but I think some of the art for his show Kaizuko may have been the inspiration for the pools of blood throughout Tartarus. Maybe not, but maybe yes. For Reload, a lot of the visuals and vibes use Persona 5 as a template, since that game really became the series' artistic magnum opus. What we end up getting is sort of a hybrid between the original style of P3 and the pop art look of P5, and the result is beautiful. For extra cinematic moments, the screen gets these black bars. A lot of media uses this effect to create a dramatic widescreen look, but P3 does something I've never seen before. They curve the bars, making the video seem like it's being projected on a huge theater screen. It's simple, but it's such a cool effect. Persona 3's art director role was given to Shigenori Sojima, who replaced Kazuma Kaneko. Kaneko was the artist for the previous Persona games, but for P3, Hoshino wanted to give Sojima a try. Sojima had already proved his chops at Atlus, creating art for some Persona and SMT spin-off games before P3. Sojima reportedly felt a lot of pressure, as Kaneko had left him big shoes to fill, and he didn't want to disappoint the Persona fanbase. But the art he ended up making for the game ended up being so beloved that he pretty much became the go-to artist for everything at Atlus moving forward. Sojima's style involves a lot of heavy contrast, dark lines, and bright primary colors. In Reload, artist Azusa Shimada was brought in to breathe new life into Sojima's original character designs. While I like both, and I think Sojima's style is a lot more unique, I gotta give it to Shimada. She made the characters look way more clean and polished, and she normalized the characters' bodily proportions. I get that this was an artistic style from Sojima, but I just thought it made certain characters look weird. Yukari has these weird, bulging lizard eyes, and I can't deal with it. She looks like Mark Zuckerberg. Persona 3 and Reload both occasionally use anime cutscenes to depict special events, but weirdly, they aren't in sync with each other. Some scenes, like Makoto arriving at Gekkoukan High, are present in both, but some scenes like the introduction to the Velvet Room is only animated in the original game, and in Reload, the scene with the gang gearing up for Tartarus doesn't appear in the original. So each version of the game has its quirks and unique things about it. When we return, the boys try to hit on some babes at the beach.
These guys are full of shit.
Makoto gets a pet robot.
You have successfully awakened. Mission complete.
And we finally get to meet Mitsuru's father, who may or may not be a legendary super soldier.
I hereby award you the title of Big Boss.
Tartarus can be pretty difficult to navigate, but have you ever gotten lost in an IKEA? I know there's arrows on the floor, but they do not help. Persona 3 returns after the break. What do you mean there's not room for my takoyaki? I know this is a shared fridge, but come on, guys! Persona 3 starts now.
I've briefly mentioned the Dark Hour at the start of the video, but since more and more of our time is being spent here through boss fights and Tartarus expeditions, I figured I'd better elaborate a little further about its nature. Because shadows are spiritual beings, they can't normally interact with the material world, but they can take advantage of an unusual gap in time and space, an anomaly we call the Dark Hour. Ooh, spooky. Transmogrification, or people turning into coffins, represents both that they are protected from, as well as completely oblivious to the Dark Hour. They are insulated from it, like a dead body in a coffin is from the living world outside it. Because these shadows represent death, you could say that the average individual turns a blind eye towards the concept of death. But rare individuals who have the will to face death head on, they're the ones who could be awake during the dark hour. They could see the shadows for what they are and could defend themselves with their personas. The goal of the shadows is to amass at Tartarus for reasons we'll discover later. Shadows can't just leave a person normally though. Only someone who is awake during the dark hour could have a shadow extracted from them. So all the monsters we find in Tartarus are shadows that had already broken free from their respective human, leaving a soulless husk behind. This is the apathy syndrome I mentioned earlier, and it's going to come into play a lot more as the story progresses. The shadows amass at Tartarus and beckon people forth so their shadows can leave their human hosts and join in the collective. This, by the way, is why I never set foot in an Apple store. It's the night of another full moon, and this time Fuka is detecting a massive shadow at the local whorehouse. You heard me. Whorehouse.
Whore.
I was wondering why this game was rated M for mature. Now it's starting to make a lot more sense. But still, it can't be that raunchy, can it? Oh, yep. they were definitely in the middle of a threesome, alright. After exploring the hotel for a bit, it doesn't take long for the party to discover the Arcana Shadow.
This thing's the boss? It's more normal looking than I expected.
Yukari, what the hell do you consider normal? The shadow represents the reverse of the Hierophant Arcana. A Hierophant is another word for a priest, by the way. The fact that he's in a whorehouse being caressed by this bosomy figure obviously represents a lack of piety, and the pudginess probably represents hedonism and overindulgence. The female figure might also represent how religion is abused in the pursuit of sex, like in the case of Henry VIII, that rascal. The detail I found most interesting, though, are these two crosses in front of him. They have legs, which seem to imply they specifically represent people being crucified, and in this context, that definitely represents people killing in the name of religion. The woman caressing him has a head made from the golden scepter that the original Tarot Hierophant had, but it's all twisted and bent, likely representing the abuse of authority and bending of rules. Interesting stuff. I couldn't for the life of me figure out what these symbols on the crosses are supposed to represent, so don't ask me. Oh, and one more thing. The Hierophant has a move called Doomsday Doctrine, and it inflicts the party with a fear status effect. This parallels the fire and brimstone religious figures that attempt to scare people into believing.
You think we don't know what you're talking about when you say, "Take my hand"?
What do you mean? It's about holding hands.
You watch your mouth.
You know who's got hands? The devil. And he uses them for holding.
Anyways, they go down easy. Afterwards, Fuka informs you that she still detects another shadow in the room, despite defeating the Hierophant. The party searches the room and comes across this mirror. Suddenly we're flung into what is by far the most inexplicable scene in Persona 3's story. Seemingly out of nowhere, we get this fully animated scene of Yukari just casually taking a shower. Someone at Atlas was just so freaking horny they had to write this into the script. What if we had a scene of Yukari taking a shower? In the middle of a mission? Yeah, in the middle of a mission! I can't take it any longer, I'm so horny! Meanwhile, Makoto is suddenly in a different room and can't remember how he got there. He hears an inner voice, subtly suggesting that he go into the bathroom and have sex with Yukari. You're given a few dialogue choices, and I'm not sure if this selection makes a difference or not, because ultimately, Makoto chooses to ignore his inner gooner. Yukari comes out of the shower, and we're told that someone must have been manipulating her thoughts as well. Guess her will wasn't as strong as the protagonist's. That's because Makoto always chooses homies over hoes.
Bitch, can't you see? Fall back away from me. Me and my chest in the VIP.
Makoto and Yukari rejoin the party, and together they find the one behind this sexual trickery, the lover's Arcana Shadow. On our first playthrough, this whole thing with Makoto and Yukari seemed a little weird, but on a second viewing it makes sense, especially with the context of the Arcana Shadows representing the opposite of what they're supposed to. This creature tried hypnotizing our teen companions into falling in love, and true love isn't forced. A lesson that I eventually learned after stalking Jessica Alba for a good chunk of my 20s. I wasn't a creep, guys, I promise. I mean, I did send her some of my hair. Anyways, after a fierce battle, the party does more damage to the heart than fast food and a sedentary lifestyle. Everyone makes their way out of the hotel, pleased with themselves after saving the day once again, but before we can put a nice little bow on that adventure, we're introduced to a mysterious group watching our party from a nearby rooftop.
They've been rather busy these last few months, haven't they? And it seems they've gained new recruits, too. Their fighting style is most fascinating. Not to mention they've made several forays into the tower.
They're a group called Strega, and they're fully aware of shadows and the Dark Hour. It's pretty obvious they're going to be the main antagonists of the game, but for now we aren't left with a whole lot of information, so we'll have to come back to them later. During the last mission, Yukari was showing a lot of distrust towards Mitsuru, and since then she's been very vocal about it. One night, during a team meeting, Yukari demands answers, and Mitsuru is like, "You want the truth? You can't handle the truth." No, I'm kidding, she actually answers in a very polite and respectful way. Mitsuru goes on to explain that her late grandfather, Koetsu, the head of the Kirijo group, led a task force to study the nature of shadows and to try to harness their power to control space and time. But like so much Indiana Jones Nazi villain, his hubris literally blew up in his face. The group's recklessness caused an explosion that killed several people and opened up a hole in space and time, thus creating the Dark Hour. After the explosion, the Kirijo group covered up the accident and built a high school over the wreckage to obfuscate what they had been up to. This explains why Tartarus specifically comes out of Gekkoukan High. There was already a mass of shadows there, so it became the central spot for more shadows to gather. Every shadow was coming to Tartarus like it was the hot new club in town.
I actually want to go to Tartarus more than I want to go to Aqua.
Needless to say, Yukari doesn't take this revelation well.
We were dragged into all this just to clean up their mess? You lied to us?
Yukari feels like Mitsuru has used them as tools to clean up after the mess her grandfather made, and she's not wrong. But Mitsuru claims that Persona users are the only ones that can defeat the shadows, so it's less about what's fair and more about what's necessary. That's when Ikutsuki floats the idea that if Seize manages to defeat the 12 major Arcana shadows, that might destroy Tartarus and end the Dark Hour.
We have the chance to find and destroy them.
Everyone kind of just takes what he says at face value, and he doesn't really back up this theory with any evidence. He just says that there is evidence, and nobody asks for a follow-up on that. Oh well. I'm sure he's not lying to us. He's a trusted adult who routinely hangs out with a bunch of teenagers in their dorm and never with another adult present. He's got a turtleneck. Okay, maybe we should install new locks on the doors. The conversation ends on a sour note, but Mitsuru and Yukari aren't the only ones with an unresolved beef. Since Makoto joined Seize and became the de facto leader, Junpei's had a bit of a bug up his butt about it. At first, it was just disappointment. After he found he was good at defeating shadows, he developed confidence and a newfound purpose in life, finally finding something he was good at. For Junpei, going on anti-shadow operations was never altruistic. He was doing it to conflate his own ego and play the hero. So when he wasn't given the opportunity to lead and show off to the group, his confidence was shaken. This gradually leads to resentment of Makoto. Not only is he the leader, but he could summon multiple personas. Plus, he got to watch Yukari take a shower. That guy is such an alpha, I hate him.
I am just green with jealous rage right now.
This resentment is especially noticeable after the Love Hotel mission. Anytime you try to talk to him, he's noticeably bitchy and dismissive.
Don't tell me you're jealous someone else is getting all the attention.
Shut up!
Junpei is a deeply insecure person who normally hides behind a persona of friendliness and bravado. It's hard not to feel sorry for him. I think we all have that one person in our lives that's a really nice person but isn't particularly good at anything, and this is basically the character crisis he's starting to go through. Everyone on the team pretty much ignores his bad attitude, which leads to Junpei isolating himself more from the group and seeking affirmation elsewhere. And this is about the time he runs into Chidori, the emo girl we briefly saw earlier with Strega. She's chilling on a park bench trying to draw in peace when up comes horny boy number 2, Junpei, trying to bust a move.
What do you want?
No, nothing. My bad.
But she's not having it. Junpei comes back multiple times to try to befriend her, and gradually, at a microscopic pace, she begins to seemingly lower her guard.
Thank you, Junpei. I had a lot of fun today.
You did?
You've probably seen this trope before, where the happy-go-lucky guy tries to wear down the bleak goth girl with one-sided affection until she finally cracks. I've seen it at least once before with Tharja in Fire Emblem Awakening, and in real life with my wife of 15 years. That's right, everybody. You too can win over the tsundere with enough love, patience and a sizable inheritance after a rich grandparent passes. While Junpei is spending his summer trying to rizz up Paramore, maybe we should take a break from the story and talk about something I loved most about this game, the soundtrack. I can't believe I've waited this long to talk about Persona 3's music because, as I'm sure you've noticed by now, this soundtrack slaps so freaking hard. Persona 3's soundtrack was composed by Shoji Meguro, who had also scored the first 2 Persona games and a couple other Megami Tensei adjacent games as well. He's pretty much been Atlus's go-to composer since 1996, and almost 20 years later, that doesn't seem to be changing. Honestly, Shoji is one of those rare artists that only gets better over time, with his most recent work on Metaphor Refantasio being absolute peak. Shoji also directed a few Persona remakes as well. I could really envy a multi-talented person like that. Save some of the talent for the rest of us, asshole. One standout song from the soundtrack is Aria of the Soul, the theme of the Velvet Room, a melody Shoji first composed during his training when first applying for a job at Atlus. He just happened to have a friend who was an opera singer and with her permission sampled her voice for the track. The company loved the song so much they've used it in every Persona game since. Here it is in Persona 1 compared to Persona 3. Each game composed by Shoji has a very different tone, and for P3, he described the vibe as future pop. Oddly fitting considering how good these songs sound decades later. In a Reddit AMA, Shoji said he believed the song Memories of You was his magnum opus. While Shoji's score is perfectly good on its own, it's probably the vocal performances that stand out the most and make the soundtrack memorable, and those contributions were from Japanese rapper Lotus Juice and singer Yumi Kawamura. Lotus Juice was born in Japan, but spent most of his youth living in New York, and after hearing Midnight Marauders by A Tribe Called Quest, decided to make his love of hip-hop a career. Shoji Meguro was seeking out a rap artist to collaborate with during P3's production, and heard about Lotus through the grapevine. Shoji sent him a track to sample, and after hearing what he was able to do with it, hired him to help out with some of the other songs in the soundtrack. In the original game, Lotus contributed to Burn My Dread, Deep Breath, Deep Breath, and the main battle theme, Mass Destruction. For Reload, he was brought back to add vocals for Color Your Night, The Meaning of Armbands, Disconnected, and a few other songs. Lotus Juice mentioned in an interview that his favorite song to contribute for the P3 soundtrack was It's Going Down Now, and that makes a lot of sense because this song is freaking great. Lotus also did vocals for a remake of the Iwatodai Dorm song. Personally, I can't fathom how anyone could prefer the original. Speaking of which, for Reload, Shoji Meguro and Lotus Juice came back to redo all the original songs and add a few new ones. I'm biased since I started with Reload, but in my opinion, it massively improves on the original. Not to say the original P3 soundtrack was lacking, in fact, it was way ahead of its time. Here's a few song comparisons between the original and Reload.
I will. I will.
Kawamura also contributed vocals for most of the soundtrack on the original game, but sadly didn't come back for Reload. Here's a couple samples from her. In Reload, she was replaced by Azumi Takahashi, who did a pretty good job replicating Kawamura's work.
I never feel like miserable. I never knew I'm thinking this will last forever.
There's a lot of conflict within the P3 fandom, whether it should be baby 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 or baby baby baby. I don't really have a stake in this to care, but I do prefer Takahashi just a little. Come at me, Persona 3 purists. I love the music in Persona 3. Don't want to get that misinterpreted. I love the soundtrack. But if I had one criticism, it's that it does get repetitive. There is one song associated with each location. Do you know how often you'll go to these locations? Multiple times. A day. There are 10 months in this game, which is about 300 or so days. That means you'll hear these songs at least 300 times each. Ba-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So dance. If you want to go ahead, free to do whatever, I'm just chilling in my bed. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, 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 hey. Honestly though, I'm fine with the repetition because even now after putting 150 hours into this game, I'll still find myself playing the P3 soundtrack on Spotify. It's all real good stuff, man. In fact, I'd go as far as to say this may be my favorite game soundtrack of all time. Every track is just so original and fits perfectly with the style and tone of the game. Persona 3 just wouldn't be as cool as it is without this killer soundtrack. It's summer break, and the Seas team decides to take a vacation on Yakushima Island, courtesy of Mitsuru and her extravagant wealth. After the boat arrives, the party stops by Mitsuru's dad's place. This is about the time we realize that Mitsuru isn't just rich, she's richy rich rich. Like, she probably has a McDonald's in her bedroom. We also get to meet her dad, who the game describes as an impressive-looking gentleman. He also has an eye patch. Basically, Mitsuru's dad is everything I aspire to be as a person. The boys visit the beach, and right away we're given some interesting insights into Akihiko. Whereas everyone else wore trunks, he decided to wear a Speedo because they're better for swimming. Akihiko is addicted to training. It's pretty much all he does, whether it's making nasty-ass protein shakes or talking endlessly about his workout routines. This dude is dedicated to the grind, becoming a better boxer. Even on this beach vacation, he still can't just take a break. His decision to wear a Speedo is also an insight into his lack of social awareness. Despite being a cool dude who the ladies love, he's not much of a ladies' man, as we'll soon find out. He's actually really socially awkward and doesn't seem to understand basic social norms. I also just love the fact that he's wearing a t-shirt that just barely covers the Speedo. Somehow this makes it look like he's even more naked than he is. It's just the worst. I love it.
No, God!
The girls finally make it to the beach, and Junpei asks Makoto who he thinks looks the best. I feel like this is a trick question if there ever was one, but I answered Mitsuru because that's objectively the best answer.
Oh, seriously? You got balls, man.
Back at the Kirijo estate, we learn a little more about Mitsuru's dad. While Mitsuru clearly feels guilty about the terrible stuff her grandfather did in the past, her dad has a pretty healthy view of things. He He recognizes the damage his father did, but knows it wasn't his fault and doesn't carry the guilt unnecessarily. He tells Mitsuru that they should be open and honest with the SEAS team, as truth will set you free and all that. I was pleasantly surprised to learn that Mitsuru's dad was a good guy after all, which is nice since I'm going to be modeling my life after him now. That night, the group has a sit-down and Mitsuru's dad lays it all on the table. He shows them a tape recorded by an employee of the Korijo group on the night of the accident from a decade earlier. On the tape, the man who we soon find out is Yukari's late father explains that Mitsuru's grandfather has gone mad and their experiments on the shadows will lead to the end of the world. There seems to be an implication that he caused the explosion to end their experiments for good. Yukari doesn't take this video well, thinking that her dad is responsible for all those deaths, and that Mitsuru kept all this a secret because she pitied her. She runs off, and Makoto follows after her. On the beach, Yukari expresses her dismay about losing her father, that after the incident, people blamed Yukari's family for what happened, and she had to move around a lot due to people being cruel. She held on to hope that the things people said about her dad weren't true, but now it seems they may have been right.
I was scared, but I thought if I cooperated with the Kirijo group, I might find out what really happened. That's why I agreed to fight using my persona. But now I can see it was all for nothing.
Makoto offers his consolations and even gives her a hug. It's a touching moment, and as would be expected, Junpei bursts in and ruins it like,
What are you doing here?
Nothing. We were just, having sex with each other. Yeah, that's it. We were having sex with each other. The next day, the girls and guys split up. The girls go for a hike in nature, and Yukari is apparently so shook up from the previous night that she decides to hike in heels. There's a palpable tension between her and Mitsuru. And Fuka, always stuck in the middle, she does her best.
Oh, did you hear about Junpei-kun yesterday? He was acting so indecent, I didn't know how to react.
The girls suddenly get a call from Ikutsuki. He warns them that an anti-shadow weapon, basically a tank, has suddenly activated itself from a Korijo group lab nearby and is coming their way. He tasks them with taking the thing down, to which the girls casually accept. Yet none of you have any weapons and Yucatan is wearing heels, but go destroy a literal tank, girls, we believe in you. Meanwhile, on the beach, the boys are having a much less dramatic adventure. Junpei suggests that they have a contest to see who could pick up the most girls. Unfortunately, they decided to do this on International Stuck-Up Bitch Day because everyone they speak to shoots them down in the rudest way possible. After striking out multiple times, Junpei and Akihiko argue over who's the more awkward teenage boy, and that's when we notice a strange girl standing on the pier. Whoa, look at her. Is that Beats by Dre? Why is she wearing a Pioneer Woman's nightgown? Is she Mormon or something? The gang tries hitting on her, but she shoots them down pretty hard.
I heard something interesting about triathletes who train at indoor pools. Apparently, they get outperformed by athletes who train in the ocean.
That information is irrelevant to me.
They notice there's something a little off about this girl. The way she talks, the way she moves, it's a little stiff and unemotional. It's almost like she's some kind of robot or something. But before we can learn any more, she suddenly runs away like Naruto. Makoto chases her through the woods in a repetitive scene that doesn't seem to ever have an end.
Chosen one! I'm coming! Chosen one! I'm coming! Chosen one! I'm coming!
After finally catching up with her, she seems to suddenly recognize the protagonist and clings onto him just in time for Yukari to witness and get jealous.
Who's this? And why is she hugging me?
That night, Ikutsuki explains that the strange woman's name is Aigis and that she was the tank they were looking for. He goes on to explain that she's an android who was created to destroy shadows, but she's been out of operation for the last decade, until she decided to mysteriously reactivate herself that same morning. She insists her primary objective is to protect Makoto, whom she has a strange fixation with. She also tries to kill Junpei.
I guess wait, that's not what water gun means!
After a few days of vacation, the party comes back home, and Makoto wakes up the following morning with Igus standing over his bed, staring at him. She's like freaking Edward from Twilight over here.
I entered while he was asleep. Unlocking the door took 2 minutes.
That's unlawful entry.
Finally, Yukari compromises and offers a room in the dorm for Igus so that she doesn't have to stay in the protagonist's room, to which Igus agrees. Sorry, Makoto, no life-size sex doll for you. Later at school, Makoto and his classmates are introduced to a new transfer student, named...
My name is Igus. I am pleased to meet you all.
Humanoid tactical weapon.
What?
When we get back from the break, Ikutsuki reveals himself to be evil all along by signing Junpei up for summer school.
No, why would you agree to that?
Shinjiro denies knowing C's 3 times before the cocks crow.
Got nothing to do with them anymore.
And Makoto meets Ken Amada, who's moving into the dorms and into Makoto's territory.
Looking forward to working with you. I'll try not to get in anyone's way.
Can the dorm handle 2 sad orphan boys? Stay tuned to find out.
I wish I had a robot like Igus for a friend. All I've got is a Roomba, and it keeps getting stuck on the rug. Persona 3 will be back momentarily. We're back. Let's see if Igus can blend in with the students at Gekuken High, or if someone notices she's plugged into a wall outlet. Persona 3 continues now.
Now that we're back from vacation, it's probably a good time to check in on our Social Link friends. You remember Social Links, right? How could you forget? I only mentioned it one time at the start of the video. Anyways, I'd love to do a deep dive into each Social Link character, but for brevity's sake, I'll only say about half as much as I'd like to, which will still be excessive and unwatchable, but this is my video, and I can do what I want, which may include run-on sentences. I don't care if it's a little long in the tooth, Nick. This is my style. By the way, Nick is my ghostwriter. I'll give you a second to process that joke. Anyways, let's dive in. You may have thought that Junpei was horny boy number 1, but you'd be wrong. Kenji Tomochika is horny boy number 1. He's absolutely in love with his teacher, Miss Kanao, which, you know, I get it. He becomes friends with the protagonist, and the majority of their time spent together revolves around Kenji obsessing over his teacher and asking Makoto for advice on how to woo her. One thing I didn't care much for in regards to Social Links is that ideally, your dialogue choices would have some flexibility, especially in regards to minefield topics like student-teacher romances. But in Persona 3, the only correct answer ever seems to be the one where you suck up to your friend and tell them what they want to hear. Tough love isn't a term the protagonist is familiar with, apparently, as you'll only progress forward with Kenji's story if you give him 2 thumbs up and tell him, "Go for it, dude, you should totally try to date your teacher. You're in high school, what's the worst that could happen?" While playing through his Social Link, I really wanted the option to give Kenji the old moonstruck treatment.
Snap out of it!
But sadly, that was never an option. Eventually, Kenji starts getting private tutoring from Miss Kanao, and this part of the Social Link is a little vague. Like, in hindsight, it's not entirely clear if the teacher is having an affair, or if Kenji is completely exaggerating and glamorizing the nature of their relationship, but either way, she ends up transferring to a different school before she could get snared into a scandal. Also, she's engaged, apparently. Again, not clear if this was a one-sided thing or not, but either way, our horny boy Kenji is heartbroken, and Makoto is there to pick up the pieces. Kenji is a real bro, and a great introduction to the social link system. May his future be full of consensual relationships with hot cougars, once he becomes of an appropriate age, and, again, with consent, to said cougars, who are hopefully not married, or maybe they are, but either way, consent and being of age is most important. Hidetoshi is the head of the student disciplinary committee, basically a group of hall monitors. Bunch of fucking squares, if you ask me. Hidetoshi is a hard-ass and a stickler for the rules, and he's well aware that this doesn't make him a very popular guy.
I know what people think of me. Then again, those who fight for justice have always butted heads with others. History speaks for itself.
Makoto meets him after being convinced to join the committee. This is also where you'll meet Chihiro, but we'll get into her later.
I'm Chihiro Fushimi, the treasurer.
I said we'll get to you later, shut up! Hidetoshi is firmly in the lawful good category and believes the only way to change the world for the better is through absolute power. As such, he's a bit of a tyrant when it comes to enforcing the rules. When he discovers that someone was smoking a cigarette in the bathroom, he becomes obsessed with finding the culprit and punishing them. It is a mystery. Did someone say something? Yes, it is me, Hercule Poirot, famous detective in Belgium. Okay, who do you think smoked the cigarette in the bathroom, detective?
Pourquoi, mon ami? You do not wish to know who the guilty party is, because the truth would shatter your little world. It was everyone in this room. Chihiro, the emo boy, yes, even Odagari Hidetoshi-sensei. They all did it. It was a conspiracy.
I don't think that's right, but let's move on. Hidetoshi never really gets any leads in the case, but does learn that some of the teachers suspect Makoto to be the guilty party, for some reason I can't remember. When confronted with the prospect of his friend being expelled, Hidetoshi defends Makoto and decides to drop the whole cigarette investigation. He learns that friendship and trusting others is more important than power, and that it's okay to be vulnerable sometimes. The social link ends with the player discovering that the bathroom cigarette smoker was none other than... Alright, so my microphone apparently got disconnected for I don't know how long before I noticed. So where was I? Oh, yeah, on to the next social link. At the Iwatodai Strip Mall is a bookstore ran by this old couple who quickly befriends Makoto after a few visits. We come to find that years ago, their son worked at Gekukan High School, but tragically died in a car accident. The school planted a persimmon tree in the courtyard to honor him, but now is considering cutting it down in order to build a new wing of the school. The elderly couple urge Makoto to petition for the school to preserve the tree, but eventually they let it go, deciding that their son would have preferred the school expanding and giving students more opportunities to learn. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't play through the social link. I put 150 hours into this game, and I never once noticed that bookstore. Do you know why? Because it's at the Iwatodai Strip Mall, and the Iwatodai Strip Mall sucks. And that's all I have to say about that. One thing that's probably worth mentioning is that in the original PS2 version of the game, the players had the choice of joining different sports teams: track and field, kendo, or swimming. In Persona 3 Reload, they reduced it to just track and field, which is probably the same difference because Kazushi's story plays out the same either way. So Makoto meets Kazushi after joining the track team and learns just how competitive this guy is. But he's also really friendly and kinda innocent and oblivious. Kazushi has a knee injury that he's trying to push through,
My leg!
And as the school year goes on, the injury only gets worse and worse, to the point that a doctor tells him that he may lose his ability to walk if he doesn't cool it with the track practice. Kazushi confides in Makoto that the reason he's so dedicated to being the best is that his little nephew is currently in rehab after a car accident and has lost the will to continue. To encourage his nephew to keep going to rehab, he promises to become the best athlete in Japan.
That's why I have to win this meet, so I can make it to nationals.
Makoto eventually convinces him to take a break from track team so he can get the knee surgery that he requires. Kazushi realizes that he can't do everything on his own and needs to accept his circumstances. To end on a positive note though, Kazushi is able to convince his nephew to go back to rehab now that he can lead by example and go himself. They tried to make me go to rehab, and I said, yes, I will do it for the love of my nephew. Maya is a character Makoto meets online while playing the game Innocent Sin Online. Hey, wait a minute, that's a Persona 2 reference. Maya is an incessant complainer and gossip who spends every social link trauma dumping on our poor protagonist, using painfully archaic internet jargon like Lamaunade and Rafflecopter. Okay, fine, I still use that sometimes too. In fairness, this game was made in 2006, so leet speak was still pretty new.
If you do any online messaging, you know that some of the standard lingo is LOL. Teenagers know what all this means.
They sure do. And it's part of a complicated, and experts warn, potentially dangerous code designed to keep parents in the dark. 10 TV's Heather Pick explains how to crack the code to protect your children, new at 6.
Honestly, I found everything with Maya to be incredibly tedious. She's just so annoying and spends all of her time shit-talking others. Through your conversations, you learn that she's actually a teacher at Gekkoukan High, and that she has to keep her real name a secret, of course, to avoid the scandal of fraternizing with a student online. I mean, she doesn't invite Makoto over to her house or anything. No need to get Chris Hansen involved.
How you doing? All right. Could you have a seat over in that chair, please?
But she obviously has some sort of reputation to keep up, and wouldn't want anyone to find out that she's Maya. And I don't blame her. Maya is the worst!
She is the worst person in the world. Huge, skank, terrible.
For as much as I hated spending so much time talking to Maya, the ending of the social link made it all worth it. Eventually, the Innocent Sin Online game gets shut down, and Maya sends a big I love you message to Makoto before saying their final goodbyes. Makoto saves the image on his phone and makes it his wallpaper. So here's the twist. One day at school, Makoto drops his phone and his homeroom teacher, Miss Toriyami, sees the wallpaper and immediately recognizes it. Then Makoto gets a call and his ringtone is the Crazy Frog song because it's 2006. That's right, Miss Toriyama was Maya all along.
I said all that to you?
This prompts a really entertaining scene where Miss Toriyami goes through all 5 stages of grief. If you're not familiar with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, let me break it down for you. There's denial.
This can't be happening.
Anger.
I quit this school. I'm leaving. I'm never coming back.
Bargaining.
Just kill me now.
Depression.
I'm Maya. I'm Maya.
And horniness.
Maybe we could have dinner?
Damn, Makoto, I knew you were cool, but I didn't know you were that cool. Like Kazushi, the player will meet Kaisuke when joining a school club. In the original game, you had the option of art, music, or photography, but in Reload, it was reduced to just art. Our first impression of Kaisuke wasn't great. He's got that seemingly innocent and aloof look that always seems to lead to the plot twist later that he was the serial killer all along. But fortunately for us, he's harmless. For now. Kaisuke is the son of a doctor, and his dad is constantly pressuring him to drop his extracurricular activities and devote more time to academia so that he could become a doctor too. Finally, an actual Japanese person in this game set in Japan. Anyways, Kaisuke is determined to study abroad, but he one day runs into an elderly couple having a medical emergency. He helps save their lives, and this gives him the revelation that he does in fact want to be a doctor after all. Not to impress his dad, but because he enjoys helping others. Aw, that's sweet. What a happy... What was that? Is somebody there? I don't know who this is. Apparently he's part of the fashion club at school, and that requires you to go to the home economics room and initiate the social link. But I went too late in the game and instead got a note on the door saying, "You never came. Sorry, I am gone now." Upon some research, I learned that if you don't talk to him before the 3rd full moon of the game, he's gone for good.
Babe, wait. Babe, wait.
Babe, wait! Babe! Babe, wait! Babe! 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 Babe, wait! Babe, no! Babe, no! Babe, no! Babe! 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 No, babe! Wait!
If you ever decide to watch TV on the weekends, you might see Tanaka on the Home Shopping Network trying to sell you some expensive shit that is almost never worth the money. He's the president of a mega corporation, and he actually ends up being a reoccurring character in the series, later appearing in Persona 4 and 5. This dude is a massive sleazeball. You initiate a social link with him when he asks for an absurd amount of money from the player to invest in something or other. After a few times of giving him money, he eventually tells you that he's lost it all on bad investments. Whoops.
Stand, it's gone.
What?
It's gone. It's all gone.
Tanaka is afraid Makoto will tell people that he's a fraud, so Tanaka offers business advice to him in exchange for his silence. As the social link progresses, we see more and more what a creep this dude is. At one point, he pitches the idea of Makoto being a male model to attract more females to his TV show. Just a reminder, Makoto is a high schooler.
Could you have a seat over in that chair, please?
But later on, Tanaka is presented with an opportunity to donate some of his fortune to an orphanage, and after spending a considerable amount of time with Makoto, he realizes that he enjoys being a mentor and making a positive impact on the younger generation, so he goes through with donating the money.
Once those children grow up and become successful, I'll introduce myself to them. I'll say, I'm the one who made all this possible. Then I'll be well taken care of in my old age.
Compared to some of the other social links, Tanaka actually does have a fair bit of depth to him, which I appreciate, but, you know, he's still the devil. What's this? A smoking, beer-drinking monk? And here I was thinking that religious figures were stuffy and lame. Freaking Ryan Johnson motherfucker monk subverting my expectations yet again. Mutatsu is a monk that likes to hang out at Club Escapade, and before you can even meet him, you have to do this annoying minigame where you have to help the bar staff collect drinks from patrons. You'll go around asking people what they want, and they keep changing their minds, and you're supposed to remember what they all want in the right order. I can't remember 3 given things at a time. I have a goldfish's memory, so this part of the game was absolutely unbearable. But eventually, I was able to get past the waitstaff and talk to Mutatsu upstairs.
Well, don't get your hopes up too high, kid. That way, you won't be disappointed when things don't work out.
This Buddhist monk is a real gruff son of a gun. We learn that he's estranged from his family, and considering how intense he is with Makoto, it's not hard to see why. Still, for as much as he acts like he doesn't like the protagonist's company, he never turns him away and gradually opens up to him. After a while, he decides, you know, hey, maybe I shouldn't have abandoned my wife and child. I guess I'll go back to them and try not to be such a huge piece of shit. Thanks, kid. Meanwhile, Makoto hasn't said a word during their entire time knowing each other. Hayase is an interesting social link because you can't actually unlock him until after joining the track team and completing your first meet. He's also interesting in that he's basically just a combination of Akihiko and Kazushi, and therefore doesn't need to exist. Sorry, Hayase, but there's a lot of characters in this game already. You know, you ain't special. Hayase's story is basically that he's trying really hard to be a track star so he could get a college scholarship and help financially support his family. When his mother becomes ill, he has to put his training on pause so he can help take care of her. And by the end of the social link, decides not to pursue college and instead work a factory job instead. Talk about a rags to rags story. I mean, what is the message here? Don't bother getting a career in something that you're good at and instead work at the freaking Taco Bell. Like I said, Hayase's story didn't need to exist. I'm assuming Suemitsu being associated with the Moon Arcana is a joke because he's round like the moon, but who knows. Suemitsu is known as the Gourmet King, and he's obsessed with food. He bonds with Makoto over meals, and 90% of the social links are just him taking you out to dinner and talking about noodles. Until, of course, things escalate into Suemitsu trying to get you to join his death cult, as these things tend to go.
If I want my place in paradise after this world ends, I have to prove my worth.
Suemitsu grew up in the shadow of his more popular, more likable older brother, until one day he tragically passed. In his vulnerability, the Gourmet King joined a death cult and has been trying to scam people into joining it. Eventually, this comes to bite him in the giant ass, as the father of a child Suemitsu scammed comes for revenge. Makoto stands up for his friend, and Suemitsu finally wakes up and sees that he's been a real fat bastard. A lot of Persona fans hate this social link, and for good reason. Suemitsu is an extremely unlikable and flawed individual, but he's also completely insecure and living in a trauma-induced delusion, so it's understandable that he acts the way he does. And in his defense, he does a pretty good moonwalk. You'll meet Akinari at the shrine, and after getting to know each other a bit, he shares with the protagonist that he has an incurable disease, and that doctors say he doesn't have much time left. At first, he's understandably bitter about his situation, knowing that he won't be able to have so many of the experiences that he wanted to have in life. He channels his emotions into writing, and with Makoto's guidance, crafts a story that helps him come to terms with his mortality. Ultimately, he finds some solace knowing that he was able to have a positive impact in other people's lives, and that's the mark he's left on the world. Akinari says goodbye to Makoto, telling him that they'll meet again. After that comes the plot twist of a lifetime. That's right, Akinari is some sort of sorcerer and has turned himself invisible. Makoto naturally is shocked by this sudden display of arcane devilry. Just look at him being shocked. If you visit the shrine again, you'll find Akinari's mother there. Makoto sits down with her and listens to her lament over her son's sudden departure, and thanks the protagonist for being a good friend to her son. It's a really touching scene and really sad seeing the grief that this mother is going through. It's gonna be all the funnier when Akinari's magic spell wears off and he becomes visible again, and shouts, "Boo!" and startles everyone. A truly epic prank indeed. I must have missed the next social link because when I played this I never saw this happen, but I can only assume this is what comes next in the story. You may have noticed that a few major arcana weren't represented here, and that's because the remaining ones are the members of C's. Yukari is the Lover's Arcana, Mitsuru the Empress, etc., etc. So in total, all the major arcana are represented by a character in the game. That's pretty cool. Now, let's get back to the main story. It's time for another full moon battle, and as far as this one goes, it's nothing out of the ordinary. The middle chunk of Persona 3's story has a lot of filler elements, and these full moon bosses start to become like villains of the week in a TV show. But one important thing does happen that's worth mentioning. Fuka detects the Shadow is in a long-abandoned military bunker deep underground. While exploring the ruins, the party finally runs into Strega. Strega is made up of Chidori Sour, who Junpei's been crushing on all summer, Jin, the snarky yes-man who's fiercely loyal to his leader, and of course the leader, Meth Head Jesus Christ, also known as Takaya. These three can also use personas and stay awake during the dark hour. They found enjoyment in the power they get from the personas, something that Junpei could relate to. Once it became obvious that our party's plan is to destroy Tartarus in the dark hour, Strega decided that they needed to finally intervene. Strega, by the way, means witch in Italian, so make of that what you will. Takaya and the gang don't want to lose their powers, and they're ready to kill the C's team to hold on to it. Takaya doesn't seem like a particularly threatening villain at first, but later on we're going to learn he has a gun made of plot armor that can kill anybody, so keep that in mind. The two parties argue, and Jin accuses our team of being hypocrites, fighting for their own selfish reasons. And he's not wrong. We've already discussed Junpei, but he's not the only one this describes. Akihiko is always training to get stronger, for reasons we'll learn later, and he sees Tartarus as the ultimate training ground. Mitsuru feels guilt over her family's involvement with the Dark Hour, and is fighting to rid herself of that guilt. I think Fuka and Yukari are probably fighting for selfless reasons, but they're the exceptions. Strega leaves, assuming that the giant shadow will kill the C's team, which is perhaps a little naive.
Aren't you even gonna watch them?
they could get away.
No. I'm going to leave them alone and not actually witness them dying. I'm just going to assume it all went to plan. What?
Our party fights this tank-themed shadow boss, which represents both the Chariot and Justice Arcana. I could go into depth about what their design symbolizes, like I have for the previous bosses, but I think you all get the point by now. But still, for the sake of completion, I'll probably include this info in an Iceberg video that I hope to make after this video. Anyways, the team defeats the boss, thanks especially to new team member Aigis, who's a real beast in battle. I mean, look at her Thurgy. This shit rocks my socks off. With the Arcana Shadow defeated, relative peace returns, at least for another month. One night during the dark hour, our party stumbles across a dog named Koromaru, who's been injured fighting off a shadow. We come to find out that Koromaru used to belong to a monk at the shrine, but after the monk passed away, Koromaru stayed diligently at the shrine, not unlike real-life dog Hachiko that he's based on, or for the more cultured viewers, Fry's dog from Futurama. Koromaru is trying to protect his master's shrine from shadows, and the party is shocked to discover that he could, in fact, use a persona. This is all expressed via Aigis, who could speak dog, because she's a robot. The party takes the pup in and lets him recover at the dorm. Once he's feeling better, he joins as a member of C's. How he's able to hold a gun to his head, I have no idea. I really like Koromaru. He's sort of the mascot character for the game, but rather than being a talking cat, or whatever the hell this thing is, he's simply a dog. He doesn't have grand ambitions or deep, complex thoughts. He's just a dog. During battles, after an all-out attack, you'll see these cool character screens where it'll show someone and have text accompanied. Like Akihiko says, "On to the next bout," and Aigis says, "Target neutralized." For Koromaru, it just says, "woof woof woof," which I thought was hilarious. Koro's weapon of choice is a knife that he holds in his mouth, and his persona is Cerberus, Guardian of Hades, because of course it is. One detail I really liked about Koromaru is that throughout the remainder of the game, there's going to be segments where certain characters are made unavailable for one reason or another, but from the moment you get Koromaru, he stays in your party for the remainder of the game. He's always available to help and be equipable as a party member because he's such a good boy.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
I don't mean to overwhelm the viewer with new character after new character, but that's just kind of how this chunk of the story is, so don't blame me. Ken was introduced earlier in the story as an orphan that somehow Ikutsuki sought out, likely due to him being a persona user, in an effort to recruit him into C's. The party is reluctant about it because of his young age, and Akihiko and Mitsuru seem particularly opposed to it, for reasons that will be clear later. Nevertheless, the chairman insists, and so Ken joins the group and moves into the dorms. Ken is a light magic user, and his persona looks ridiculous, but it makes sense because this is a child's personification of a powerful being, and Ken apparently thinks it looks really cool. In all seriousness though, Ken is a pretty mature kid for his age, likely forced to grow up after his mom passed away 2 years prior. He really enjoys watching Featherman, the Power Rangers knockoff in the Persona world, but he tries to hide his enthusiasm for childish things. Living in a dorm with a bunch of older teenagers, he desperately wants to fit in and seem more grown-up than he is. One way the player could bond with Ken is over coffee. Amada has been learning how to make a good cup of joe, and despite hating it at first, he gradually forces himself to enjoy it. As a Java-phile, I especially like these bonding scenes over coffee, and the coffee itself gets added to your inventory as an item that restores SP. Like I've mentioned before, this game is stupid stingy with SP restoring items, so Ken is basically a hero. God bless you, little boy. God bless you. When we return, love is in the air. Junpei falls into a snare, and an electric shadow creates a scare.
I wonder what arcana best represents me. I'd probably be the sun, because I feel like I can relate to this face. Or maybe I'd be a baby on the horse. Or maybe I'd be the horse. Anyway, we'll be back after this short break. Koromaru is so cute. He's loyal, he wears a little outfit, he can hold a dagger in his mouth. What else could you ask for in a puppy? Persona 3 continues now.
For a social sim game, there sure seems to be a lot of characters that you could befriend, but not date, you're probably thinking. Where's all the cute-ass wifey characters to date, you're probably screaming at the screen. Where are the adorable anime girls to tell me that I'm lovable, you beg while being dragged away by the hospital staff? Well, they're here, but it's kind of a limited pool at first. There's classmates Yuko and Chihiro, and then you could date the female members of C's, but only later in the game. It's not exactly Fire Emblem Awakening, but sometimes it's quality over quantity, you know? It should also be worth noting for those of you that want to experience everything in life, and/or perverts, that yes, you could date multiple girls at the same time, at least in Reload. From what I could tell though, there's only one acknowledgement of your harem, and that's through this scene where Yukari, Chihiro, and Yuko all wind up in the same room together. Fortunately for Makoto, his bros have his back and help him save face.
What exactly is your...
Whoa, that display over there looks like it could fall over any moment now. Someone's gonna get hurt if we don't fix it right now. Like, right now. Yuka-san, come on and give me a hand. Keep it steady on one side so I can take it down.
Huh? Oh, yeah, gotcha.
Let's start with Chihiro, the treasurer of the school student council. The player will meet her after joining the council, and right away it's pretty obvious that she's the super shy girl and her arc is going to be about her finding confidence in herself. Honestly, she's not too different than Fuka, and I'd wager money that she and Fuka were originally the same character before they eventually broke off into two pieces. Chihiro is a very studious type of girl, very anal about following rules and doing things in a proper manner. This is her reaction when she sees two students kissing in the library.
This is supposed to be a place of learning, and they're still just kids. So I say this, as a member of the student council, that kind of inappropriate behavior should not be tolerated at school.
Yeah, she's a bit sexually repressed, which means that she'll either end up being super kinky later, or she might try to poison someone. It's usually one of those two. In fact, when presented with the option of making a move on her later, her reaction might just surprise you.
What do you think you're doing? We aren't even officially dating. Why would you do this? Do you think it's funny? Just what kind of girl do you think I am?
Oh my god, I thought that people who were romantically attracted to each other liked to kiss. I'm sorry, dude. Good thing this game has a rewind feature.
Is that it?
Is that it? Girl, what do you want from me? One day some money from the school goes missing, and because Chihiro is the student council treasurer, all eyes are on her. She's not exactly the sort of person that likes confrontation, but after getting to know Makoto well and learning to find her voice, she's able to stand up for herself and face her accusers. By the end of her social link, she actually has a great deal of character growth. So much so that she even appears in Persona 4 as the student council president. Look at our little nerd go. She's come so far. As far as the romance goes, she'll eventually profess her love for you, and interestingly, in Reload, a platonic route was added to social links, whereas in the original, all paths led to romance. Choosing to be platonic with any of the love interests doesn't really add anything, it just kind of ends their stories a little earlier. But it's nice that Atlas added the option for those of us who hate girls because they're icky and have cooties. Yuck girls.
Look at this flyer over here. The dark history of student-teacher romance? People are free to fall in love with who they want. There's nothing wrong with that.
Chihiro, what do you mean that there's nothing wrong with a teacher romancing an underage student? What the hell are you talking about, you crazy bitch? I thought Chihiro was just okay before this, but now, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to rate her a 0 out of 10. That's right, I'm ranking these romances now. Yuko is the manager of the track team, and you'll get to know her after you join. She's good friends with Kazushi, who's also on the team. They have a pretty convincing brother-sister dynamic that I like a lot. Yuko is obviously the sporty athletic type, but honestly, that doesn't factor too much into her personality. She befriends Makoto pretty easily and vents to him about having to basically be like a mother to all the dirty, stinking boys on the track team. You can tell that she takes on a lot of responsibilities thanklessly. She starts to see Makoto as someone who could help her shoulder the weight of her manager duties, as well as being a good friend who will listen to her when she needs someone to talk to. I actually found her story arc to be the most boring and uninspired of all the romance options. I mean, nothing really happens. She coaches a kids' track team and decides that she loves kids and wants to be a coach, possibly as a profession. And that's great, but, you know, not that interesting. I didn't mind though, because I found Yuko's personality to be really charming, and her voice actress absolutely knocks it out of the park.
It's only the two of us here now. Maybe that's why I'm a little nervous. How about we change the subject? I'll ask you a question.
One reoccurring theme in all these romances is that it usually ends with a scene of Makoto in the girl's bedroom, and it's strongly implied, but not specifically expressed, that they have sex.
Well, my parents aren't home, so...
Implied sex. Yuko is a really down-to-earth girl, and she's got this girl-next-door vibe, but she's also really ambitious, which I respect. I would totally be friends with Yuko in real life. And honestly, if not for Mitsuru being in this game, Yuko would be my top romance choice. So, 9 out of 10 for Yuko.
I bet you'll fall in love with me all over again.
It's about this point in the game that the player may have maxed out one of their social stats, whether that be courage, charm, or academics. By doing this, the option to get to know your dorm mates more intimately suddenly becomes an option. If you've maxed out your courage, you can now open up a social link with Fuka. Fuka is trying her best at improving her cooking, but she's off to a rough start. Even the freaking cats won't eat her food.
Here you go, kitty. Huh?
You really fooked this one up, girl. Despite this, our teal-haired navigator doesn't give up, and with each try, she gets a little better, until finally she's able to make some rice balls that don't taste like diarrhea. She thanks Makoto for being her taste tester, and as time goes on, it begins to seem like this whole cooking thing might have just been an excuse for Fuka to spend time with the protagonist. Fuka opens up and says that she used to be a negative person, and that she lacked confidence in herself, but with Makoto at her side, that's starting to change. She professes her love, and Makoto reciprocates.
We still have time, right? Just a little longer.
Implied sex. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Fuka's arc here. It's not too different than Chihiro's, and hers may have been better because she was confronted with an actual challenge that forced her to grow in order to overcome it. With Fuka, she doesn't really face any such challenge or impetus for growth. Plus, she makes it pretty clear that her confidence and belief in herself 100% revolves around wanting to be like Makoto and wanting to be with him. She doesn't think better of herself in the end. Her self-esteem is wholly connected to what Makoto thinks of her and how that makes her feel. I'm no relationship expert, but that doesn't seem very healthy to me. 4 out of 10. Once you get the charm skill maxed out, you'll be able to open up a social link with Yukari. A lot of Persona fans don't seem to like Yukari that much, and I would wager it's because she's one of the few romantic options that doesn't absolutely praise the protagonist and kiss his ass constantly. She could be a little hostile sometimes, but that's how a normal human being acts, you know? Get over it. Yukari and Makoto start to hang out more, and as time goes on, she opens up more and more about her past. She explains that she has a terrible relationship with her mother. Since her father died, her mother has slept around with numerous men, trying to find comfort in her grief and wholly rely on others. Yukari abhors this, and it's given her the resilience to stand on her own 2 feet in life. Yukari's arc is pretty much the opposite of Fuka's, in that she's able to find something valuable inside her that isn't completely reliant on Makoto's approval, and for that, I think Yukari's a much stronger character. One day, Yukari gets mugged by some dudes in a back alley, and Makoto steps in to kick their generic NPC asses. You'd think Yukari would be grateful, but she doesn't really come off as super appreciative.
Did you think I needed saving?
hopeless, you know?
After having some time to think about it, she apologizes and acknowledges that she did, in fact, need the player's help. It's a good thing to stand on your own 2 feet, but to refuse help from your friends is just stubbornness. And Yukari seems to finally have learned that. She professes her love, and Makoto gives her another hug, like he did earlier on the beach. It's honestly a really sweet scene and feels a little more earned than some of the other romance options. While I find Yukari's character growth interesting, I don't think she's a particularly romantic character. I mean, that's part of who she is. She's someone that, up until now, has pushed others away. But still, I have a hard time picturing how a relationship between these two would actually work, despite Yukari probably being the canon love interest in the story. I don't know, 7 out of 10. With a maxed out academic skill, you could begin a social link with Mitsuru. Oh my god, you guys, it's finally happening. Makoto goes on a series of friend dates with Mitsuru, taking her to all sorts of different restaurants and places that she's never been before. Mitsuru grew up extravagantly rich, so eating a burger at a fast food place or ordering ramen at the bar is a completely foreign experience for her. Almost cringeworthy so.
Your ramen is absolutely wonderful. It's been a while since I last gave my compliments to the chef. What do you use for the bouillon?
Bouillon? What the hell is that?
It was about this point that I realized my obsession with Mitsuru may have been misplaced. Her character works best when she's being a leader, a mentor, a voice of reason. She's a very capable adult, but when put into ordinary day-to-day situations, it's painfully clear that her upbringing has stunted her socially, making her awkward and obtuse. She's not exactly the type of person you can joke around with. As time goes on, Mitsuru tells Makoto that she's recently been set up into an arranged marriage, facilitated by the Korijo group, to some rich businessman. She doesn't seem very happy about it, but she insists that it's what would be best for the stability of the company and her family's dynasty, so she's gonna sacrifice her own personal happiness. By chance, one night the two of you run into her fiancé, and man, is he a real bastard.
Don't tell me you have something more important to do than spend time with me.
It's clear that this guy doesn't care about her and needs a good punch to the balls. Mitsuru stands up for herself, but ultimately submits. When he starts insulting Makoto, however, her tune changes real quick. She tells him off in remarkable fashion and declares her love for Makoto in the most dramatic way possible.
I want to be with him. Now. And forever.
Alright, good job, Mitsuru. Way to turn things around. I thought you were kind of a dork earlier, but now I can see how very wrong I was.
Get out of here, you Philistine! I don't want to see your face ever again!
She calls this guy a Philistine, and just when I thought she couldn't be any more perfect. Mitsuru is an 11 out of 10. Yes, you could even date the robot in this game. First they start allowing robots to date, then what comes next? People wanting to date their dogs? Men and women wanting to marry each other? It's a slippery slope, I tells ya. I guess is the last social link you'll be able to unlock in the game, possibly due to the fact that she's probably one of the two canon relationships in the story, the other being Yukari. I guess his relationship and backstory with Makoto will be revealed more later. I don't want to spoil that for you yet, so I'll try to present this in a spoiler-free way. I guess his primary arc in Persona 3 is her learning how to be more human, and what that entails. She thought her purpose in life was to protect Makoto, but when she fails to do that numerous times, she finds that she still wants to be around him anyways. She sees how Koromaru kept coming back to his owner's shrine long after he passed, as an example of how people often choose to act from their emotions rather than logically, and that maybe that's not such a bad thing. Makoto and Aigis come across an old lady looking for her missing cat. They agree to help her look for it, and after several days of looking unsuccessfully, they report back to the cat's owner. The old lady expresses her gratitude for their help and tells them that her cat was old and was probably looking for a place to hide away and die. This upsets Aigis. Between the cat dying alone, to the old lady losing a friend, to the futility of their search, it's just a lot of emotions for this android to handle. The old lady comforts Aigis, telling her that nobody's really alone so long as they have people that care about them. Aigis had been feeling very confused about her lot in life, and now she's starting to understand that death is inevitable for all things. This ties greatly into one of the major themes of the game, and it's especially complicated for characters like Aigis. How do you go on living when you know that someday you'll have to say a final goodbye to everybody that you love? Is it better not to love at all? Later on, Aigis expresses her sadness to the player. When she sees other couples in love, it hurts her, knowing that she can't experience the same thing since she's not a human. She doesn't want to die alone like an animal, but being human and finding real love means that she'll experience the pain of losing it.
Just because my heart is developing doesn't mean I can actually become human. I've known this since the beginning. Yet... I'm sorry. I lost control of myself again.
It ends with her telling Makoto that she loves him, and he tells her that he loves her in return. It's a really sweet way to end such an emotional scene, and naturally, the YouTube comments for this clip do not disappoint. Things take a weird turn after, with Aigis being like, "Hey, wanna come see my depressing room? Take a look at my dozens of identical outfits. Take a gander at this giant Darth Vader sleeping chair."
At the base of my neck, behind the knot of my ribbon, that's where my most important component is. My emotional engine. It's extremely delicate, but I want you to touch it.
Excuse me?
If you make direct contact with it, your genetic information will most likely be burnt into it. Will you untie my ribbon?
A long time? How long does it take to touch a neck hole? Honestly, the thing that I find most disturbing about this relationship is not even the fact that she's a robot, but that, canonically, she's 10 years old. If I wanted to date a 10-year-old, I would have played the Sims 4 Epstein Island expansion pack. Anyways, Aigis is an 8 out of 10. Elizabeth isn't technically a romance option in that she doesn't have her own social link, but Makoto does invite her into his bedroom and shows her his Mara, if you know what I mean, so I think it counts.
Oh my!
Elizabeth is an attendant of the Velvet Room along with Igor. Fun fact, all the Velvet Room attendants are named after characters from Frankenstein. I think this is probably because Igor is in the business of taking tarot cards and bringing them to life in the form of personas. Elizabeth is like a plucky space alien who's immensely interested in humanity and its customs, but is comically oblivious due to her lack of knowledge. Her requests for the player usually revolve around her desire to understand more about human things, and occasionally you could take her out on dates to show her human things like water fountains.
Oh! I was so caught up in the excitement that I started tossing coins without giving my wish any thought. This won't do.
Playgrounds.
I can't get out.
And discotheques.
Well, that was quite satisfying.
After getting to know the human world better, Elizabeth invites herself over to your dorm room and more or less asks you to guide her through the art of lovemaking.
I'd love for you to guide me through it.
Strongly implied sex. By the end of your time with Elizabeth, she's decided to no longer journey into the human world. Her curiosity is satiated, and she's learned that she has a job to do and can't become too attached. Her soul is bound by the Velvet Room, and so a normal human relationship would never work. Despite this, she's really fond of Makoto and promises her unwavering loyalty to him. It's a nice little bow to wrap up her story, but it's pretty bittersweet. Personally, I don't care if she's basically just a doll brought to life through magic. She's human in the area that counts. And by that, I mean her heart, you perverts. Anyways, that's all the romantic options in Persona 3. Now, back to the story. Shinjiro Aragaki, Don't Get Attached, is a character that has made short appearances in the story, but thus far hasn't been too plot relevant. He's an old friend of Akihiko and Mitsuru, and in fact was part of the original Seas team. The three of them would explore the lower levels of Tartarus together and fight shadows. But one day, tragedy struck. Without spoiling too much, someone died, and Shinjiro blamed himself for it. So much so that he left Seas and decided to bum around town without a goal or purpose in life. Throughout the year, Akihiko has been trying to talk him back into joining Seas, but he's not having it.
Mind your own damn business. Why are you all like this?
Shinjiro is basically the Shadow the Hedgehog of the group, and he would be a huge asset. What finally pushes him over the edge is learning that Ken Amada has joined the group.
He's a Persona user now. I don't believe it.
He seems perturbed by this, and finally agrees to join the party. Shinjiro is your typical rough on the outside but soft on the inside sort of guy. He has a love for cooking and playing with Koromaru, but absolutely can't let anyone know, otherwise it would mess with his uncaring facade that he's created. One of the anime movies depicts this struggle pretty well.
Yes.
Despite acting too cool for it, he does show some friendship towards Makoto in the form of cooking lessons. He teaches the player how to make katsudon, and it looks delicious. Basically, Shinjiro is super cool, and I hope that nothing terrible happens to him.
Oh, good news. We just closed escrow on our little dream house.
Wonderful. When do we move in?
Tuesday. I've got the kids stripping the asbestos off the pipes right now.
Oh, that's great. Things just couldn't be better for us. I'm so blessed.
Throughout the summer, Junpei has been spending a lot of time with Chidori, and shockingly, she seems to be letting down her guard. So much so that Junpei feels comfortable enough to share his secret with her, that he's a persona user, that there's things called shadows, and Tartarus, and all of that. Chidori, of course, knows this already as she's a member of Strega, but she plays dumb and acts surprised. Junpei goes as far as to call himself the leader of Seas, wanting to show off, and this will soon bite him right in the ass. Right in the ass. On the night of the full moon, Junpei has mysteriously vanished, and the Seas team has no choice but to go on their mission without him. Fuka detects a massive shadow underneath Club Escapade, and when the party gets there, they discover an electric-powered shadow representing the Hermit Arcana. Unfortunately, as the game goes on, there seems to be less importance placed on the full moon operations. The first few bosses had their own specific location or mini-dungeon to explore before the fight, but as the game progresses, it feels like the developers just got a little lazy. So with the Hermit boss, the party literally just walks right up to it and starts the fight. Pretty anticlimactic. At least give us a little foreplay first in the form of a train or hotel adventure, gosh. Because Yukari is weak against electricity, Ken would be a good teammate to bring into battle. The game rarely forces you to do anything you don't want to do, but it does subtly encourage you to try out new things, like having the newest team member be strong against the next boss, for example. As far as the Hermit Arcana boss goes, he's a huge pushover. The goal is to defeat him before he charges up for a super move, but interrupting his charges comes way too easy. With the Hermit defeated, the party shifts gears towards looking for their friend. Meanwhile, we learn that Junpei has been kidnapped by none other than Chidori, who somehow managed to knock him out, tie him up, and carry him up to the rooftop, despite the fact that she probably doesn't weigh 100 pounds. Junpei is understandably upset that this girl he's been trying to woo for so long has only been using him. She tells him to call off the mission, thinking that he has the power to do so, which forces Junpei to admit that he's not really the leader after all. When the party finally finds them on the roof, Chidori tries summoning her persona, Medea, but Junpei knocks her evoker away. The party confines Chidori and sends her persona back to jail. The Seas team sets her up in a hospital room under guarded supervision. They interrogate her, but she won't talk without her evoker. Throughout the week, Junpei comes to visit her. Despite their relationship being built on lies, he still holds a torch for her, and now that Chidori sees he truly cares for her, they start to develop a genuine relationship.
I don't want to have to live in a world without you.
You're so weird, Junpei.
Look who's talking.
Then her persona starts choking the shit out of her. Oh lordy! It seems that persona users who unnaturally gained the ability to summon them have to deal with a pretty harsh side effect. That is, their persona going berserk and trying to murder them. Shinjiro rescues her by giving her a suppressant, which makes Medea disappear. Akihiko confronts Shinji outside about why he has the suppressants, and we effectively learn that he's been taking them for years to suppress his own persona. It's implied that there's a huge physical toll with taking these drugs, but honestly, it can't be worse than having your persona try to kill you, right? To give a little backstory to the whole suppressant thing, let's jump back a decade earlier, when the Korijo group was experimenting with shadows. Persona users are mostly younger folks. I can't remember what the story's justification was. Maybe the adults are less in touch with their feelings or something, I don't know. So the Korijo group used several unwilling children in their experiments, trying to get them to summon personas through force. Now, the game is incredibly vague about what this actually means. I mean, I don't know what they were doing to these kids that was any more artificial than using an evoker, but nevertheless, this overwhelmingly resulted in the personas going berserk and murdering their hosts, which again, were a bunch of kids. That's pretty messed up. However, there were 3 kids that did survive by managing to control their artificial personas: Jin, Takaya, and Chidori. Given their messed up childhood, it's no wonder they turned to a life of crime. And even though they control their personas, they can only do so through suppressants, otherwise Chidori's gonna get choked again like she's David Carradine's Final Fantasy. Shinjiro has been using these suppressants since an incident 2 years ago traumatized him so badly that he vowed to never use his persona again. Based on what we learned in the hospital room, I think it's fair to say that his persona went berserk and hurt someone. And after the break, we'll find out just who that person was.
Everyone loves Fuka, but did you know that she has a twin sister named Fukyu? Wes, what is this? We can't keep milking this joke, seriously. Persona 3 will be right back. And if you change the channel, then fuck you! There, are you happy?
How can you stop? How can you stop?
This freaking wig is so itchy. Oh my god. Jeez, did this guy owe you money or something?
Be a good shop and get me my lipstick.
I think you might have the wrong guy. I'm Sarah Palin.
I guess Meilu and I will just go off and maybe... What?
So who did you choose to romance? Yukari, Chihiro, Mitsuru? The correct answer is Akihiko, and the female protag's route in Portable. Hey, a lady's got needs too. The retrospective continues now.
On the night of the full moon, the C's team gather in the conference room, only to discover that Ken and Shinjiro are missing. Oh well, I'm sure it's nothing. I mean, the last time Junpei went missing, it's because he was kidnapped, but I'm sure this is nothing to be worried about. The boss this time is the Strength and Fortune Arcana. One interesting thing to note is that the Fortune Arcana will spin a roulette wheel that could either help or harm the player, but it will also occasionally summon a wheel that's rigged in its favor. Funnily enough, this wheel always backfires on the Shadow. The idea that you can't escape your fate or try to cheat death is foreshadowing for what we're about to see after the fight. Once the Arcana Shadows are defeated, Akihiko and Mitsuru suddenly remember what day it is. When they remember it's October 4th, they rush off, realizing where Ken and Shinjiro are and the danger that they're in. Meanwhile, in a back alley at Port Island Station, Ken confronts Shinjiro, whom he called to be there. He tells Shinji that today is the 2-year anniversary of his mother's death, and that Shinji is the one responsible for it.
I saw the whole thing. I saw my mom get killed. You murdered her!
We come to find out that 2 years ago, Shinjiro was chasing down a shadow with Akihiko and Mitsuru when his persona went berserk and killed an innocent bystander, that person being none other than Ken's mom. Since then, Shinjiro's been taking suppressants and vowing never to summon his persona or return to C's again. It wasn't until Ken joined that he changed his mind. Shinjiro felt obligated to keep an eye on Ken and protect him, as it was the least he could do to help ease his immeasurable guilt. After spending a few weeks with Shinji, Ken managed to put the pieces together and identify him as the persona user from years earlier, and now he's called him out to get his revenge. It's a pretty big reveal and an intense scene that only gets more painful to watch. Shinji advises Ken not to go through with it, otherwise he'll live his whole life full of regret. He does, however, offer no resistance and welcomes Ken to get his revenge if he so chooses. Shinji's guilt is so strong that he feels like he deserves to die anyways. When things seem like they can't get any worse, that's when Takaya shows up. He's come to kill them both, seeing as they're isolated from the rest of the team and he could get away with it. By the way, those suppressants Shinji was taking came with the trade-off of losing years from his life. He was doomed to die young, regardless of the circumstances. Incidentally, those suppressants apparently also prevent the user from being able to regulate their body temperature. I can't remember if they explicitly stated that in the game or not, but that's why Shinjiro is always bundled up in warm clothes, and Takaya is always shirtless. Fun fact. Takaya rightfully predicts that Ken's plan was to end his own life after getting his revenge. He says that he's going to do to them what they were going to do to themselves anyways. Takaya fires at Ken, and Shinji takes the bullet for him. Takaya is a nihilist that views death as salvation, and so he can't understand why Shinji would sacrifice himself to keep someone else alive. What I can't comprehend is how the hell he's able to just kill one of the main characters that easily. I mean, I get that it's for the sake of the plot, but I'm pretty sure in Tartarus, Shinji and the others are getting slapped around by giant monsters and getting poisoned and slashed with blades and electrocuted with thunder magic, but a freaking Glock is what does it. The Seas team arrive just a moment too late. Takaya runs off, outnumbered. I actually prefer the original game's portrayal of the scene because they animated it, and I think it's more suitable, but that's just me. The party sees that there's nothing that can be done to help Shinji, so they gather around him for his final moments. As Shinji dies, Ken realizes the futility of revenge and what his fixation led to. Koromaru also cuddles up next to Shinji, and it's the saddest thing. Shinjiro forgives Ken and advises him to live his life to the fullest, free of regret. And that's it.
This is how it should be.
At Shinji's funeral, Akihiko speaks to his old friend one last time. Naturally, he's overcome with emotions. Shinjiro was like an older brother to him, but after the accident 2 years prior, they became estranged, and just as soon as they started to reconcile, fate played its cruel game. We learn a lot about Akihiko through the scene and a few supplementary ones around this time. We learn that he was raised in an orphanage with Shinji, that he had a little sister named Miki, and that one tragic day there was a fire at the orphanage and Miki passed away. Akihiko couldn't get past the adults blocking the entrance to the building, and since then he's been training to become stronger, fooling himself into thinking that he somehow could have done something to stop his sister's death, even though it was just a freak accident. Akihiko is a go-getter. He's a proactive person who tries to guide his own fate, and yet it never seems to work out. No matter how hard he tries, it always seems so futile.
I knew what we were getting into. I knew we were putting our lives on the line, but I was so focused on fighting, and I didn't see anything else. It doesn't matter how strong I was. Look what happened!
It's a genuinely gut-wrenching scene, delivered flawlessly by voice actor Alejandro Sabe. Despite all of this, Akihiko decides he needs to continue to fight, for the sake of Miki and Shinji's memories. Ken hasn't been doing well since the other night. He's been bumming around at the same spot Shinjiro and his mother died, feeling miserable. Ken acknowledges that revenge was all that he held on to for years so that he wouldn't feel alone. After some introspection, he resolves to find something new to live for and lets go of the past. Back at the dorm, the party welcomes Ken back with open arms, despite everything that he more or less caused. It's a grim season for the Seas team, but these tragedies cause them to band together even closer. Persona 3's story manages to strike an interesting balance between goofy and sentimental, and oftentimes the jump between lighthearted and serious could be a bit of a whiplash. One moment you're having a pancake party.
It's pancake party time!
The next moment, Sanada is talking about how these pancakes remind him of his dead sister.
Would my sister be proud of who I am now? Am I really strong and kind enough to deserve that medal?
But that's okay, we'll have to get used to it, because the last few acts of the story get considerably darker. But before we start gearing up for the end, I want to talk about the thematic elephant in the room. Memento Mori, Latin for remember death, means that all things die and we should live our lives with that knowledge in the forefront of our minds, guiding our thoughts and decisions. Shinji's death really brought that idea home for me. He had just become my favorite character in the game, and in less than 1 month of having him on the team, he was gone for good. Unless, of course, you're playing the portable version of the game. He survived but has amnesia. Get the fuck out of here. Persona 3 doesn't mince words with its central theme. In fact, it's repeated to the player multiple times from the start. Time never waits. It delivers all equally to the same end. The mysterious boy even says as much as you sign the contract. Death is inevitable, and how you spend your time means everything. By this point of the game, you've probably gotten your time management down to an art form. Between training in Tartarus, to developing social skills, to getting to know your classmates better, there's a lot to fill your days and nights with. But as the year starts to come towards its end, one thing starts to become a little more clear. There isn't enough time. This was especially true in the original game, but there simply isn't enough calendar days to 100% the game. No matter how efficient you are, there's going to be loose threads. Just like in real life, we simply don't have time to accomplish everything we want to do in the time that we have. To make the matters worse, the amount of time we have on this earth isn't even predictable, as a stray bullet from a magical plot device gun could end our lives whenever. So what do we do with that information? Well, for starters, we don't waste time with things that won't fulfill us. Certain social links I abandoned or didn't complete because I knew my time would be better spent with characters that I actually liked. The completionist in me doesn't like to leave things unfinished, but better to spend more time with things I like than a little bit of time with everything, right? The completionist in me also wants to commit charity fraud, but I'm trying to suppress these urges. To that end, we should also deeply cherish what time we do have with the people we care most about. Shinjiro isn't that deep of a character. I mean, how can he be? He's not in the story long enough. But I feel mostly fulfilled by the time I spent with him because I didn't waste any opportunities. I gardened with him, I fought with him, we cooked together. I soaked up as much Shinjiro as the game would let me, and for that, I have no regrets. I do regret using so many skill cards on his persona. Persona 3 is a game that genuinely made me think hard about how I spend my time and who I spend it with. My personal belief is that time is the most important thing a person has, and so my biggest pet peeve is when people waste my time. If you're not moving at a green light, you're literally stealing my life from me. Move it! I don't have road rage, I swear. Maybe a little. As I've matured, I found that cutting negative people out of my life to be immensely rewarding. Honestly, I don't really put much stock in acquaintances or half-friends either. If they aren't coming to your funeral or vice versa, then you don't need to be concerned about what they think of you. If you haven't noticed by now, the central theme in every social link is the character deciding how they want to spend their time. The drunk old man eventually decides that he wants to give up his selfish lifestyle and go back to his wife and child. Kaisuke decides that he wants to devote his life to serving others as a doctor. Maya decides that she wants to be more open about who she is and stop living through a fabricated identity. Even President Tanaka decides he should devote more of his life towards altruistic endeavors. Each social link is about a character confronted with the question, what do I want to do with my life? Or how will I spend the time that I'm given? And then figuring it out. Death is inevitable, and life is short and finite. What will you do with the time that you're given? To quote the beginning of the game, go forth without falter, with your heart as your guide.
That Takaya is going to pay for what he did to my main man Shinji! And how come nobody notices the giant gun he's carrying around? What is this, Texas or something? Persona 3 will be right back.
Soon, the end will come.
Do you remember the night you came here? You had to have noticed the signs.
What?
Didn't it feel like you were in a different time? That's the dark hour. We'd like you to lend us your strength.
A machine is created for a purpose. Mine is to defeat you.
Fate permitted me to live.
Shut up!
You might say I was chosen.
I've made up my mind. I won't let you do this to her anymore!
Only a select few wield the power of a persona. And the Dark Hour is a frontier that is ours alone to explore.
There's no telling what will happen if we don't do something about the shadows.
That makes you all hypocrites.
Said shut up.
Don't look up.
We call them shadows.
Yeah, so what?
What was that?
What
want to protect you.
To truly live, you will need to make changes sometimes.
The time has come for you to wield your power. Going forward, there is one thing you mustn't forget. You must accept your destiny.
Shall we begin?
Midnight's just around the corner.
We've almost defeated all the full moon shadows. I think this calls for a celebration. Hopefully not spoiled by dramatic betrayal. I don't think my emotions can take one more bad thing happening. Let's get back into Persona 3 now.
In honor of Shinjiro, I learned how to make katsudon in real life. Here it is. And yes, it was delicious. It's November, and that means we've finally reached the final full moon shadow boss. The party tracks it down to the Moonlight Bridge, one of like 5 locations in this game. As would be expected, Strega are there to stop the Seas team. They're still very much committed to keeping the Dark Hour intact so they can continue to use their powers.
You are foolish children indeed. Erasing the Dark Hour is the same as erasing yourselves. As I believed, our goals are irreconcilable.
We've run into these misfits a few times before, but this time it feels different. Takaya straight up murdered Shinjiro and tried killing Ken. He's no longer just some shirtless sleazebag at a Red Hot Chili Peppers concert. Things are personal now. I want to say the fight against Takaya and Jin was as epic and challenging as it should have been, given what was at stake, but they're kind of pathetic. Which makes it all the more frustrating after what Takaya did. He could put a cap in Shinji's ass like it's nothing during a cutscene, but then when it comes to the actual gameplay, he can't even put up a decent fight? What kind of bullshit is that? Give me the fight I deserve, you murderous hippie. In fairness though, it's 4 against 2. And the game states several times that Strega are artificial persona users, and thus they can't really compete with the players. Not even Takaya's gross, skinless fetus persona can do much against Makoto. After defeating 2/3 of Strega, Takaya and Jin see no path forward, so they decide to jump from the bridge. Actually, it really seemed more like it was Jin's idea, and he kinda drags Takaya along for the ride. Look at his face, he was not into this plan at all. Takaya's persona isn't the only gross thing you'll fight that night. Take a look at this final Arcana shadow, the Hanged Man. It's a dude hanging from his skin with a backwards head. Freaking gross. But an effective design. In tarot, the Hanged Man represents self-sacrifice and altruism. The inverse of this would be a creature that hangs out at a safe distance and lets others fight for him, as this shadow does with these statues. Or at least that's one interpretation. It's an interesting design, if not totally nasty. When you defeat the statues, the Hanged Man will fall down, allowing you to beat his symbolic ass and save the day. Even though he was kinda just floating up in the air, minding his own business. After the victory, Igus leads a team cheer.
1, 2, 3. Let's eat.
That's our Igus. At long last, all 12 shadows are finally defeated, and the Dark Hour should be gone for good. The party decides to celebrate their hard-earned victory with a big sushi party. White fish, red fish, orange fish are all at the sushi party. What a sushi party. I don't normally feel the need to explain jokes, but that was a Go Dog Go reference, and it's a very relevant joke to me because I have a 4-year-old. If you want to hear any more of my Dr. Seuss material, I'll be here till Thursday. Anyways, the whole team is having a grand time enjoying their well-deserved celebration. Snake Plissken even makes an appearance and gives Yukari the greatest gift of all, a sincere thank you and a firm handshake. What a man. The group poses for a photo, and that's when they notice that Igus and Ikutsuki are missing. Just then, the clock strikes midnight, and 2 of Mitsuru's dad's attendants turn into coffins. At this point, it has become very tedious for me to keep calling him Mitsuru's dad, but I never learned his name, and if I backtrack now, I'm gonna look like an idiot. Freaking idiot! The gang journeys to Tartarus to see if they can make any sense of this, when who do they find standing at the entrance but their missing cohorts? Right away, it's pretty clear there's gonna be some sort of sinister twist. I mean, nobody stands at the top of a flight of stairs like that unless they're up to something.
Ikutsuki-san! What are you trying to pull?
The Seas team confronts Ikutsuki about why the Dark Hour still exists, despite all 12 shadows being defeated. Ikutsuki then explains that the 12 shadows are actually part of a whole being, and that defeating them caused them to reassimilate into their true form. death. And death, now in corporal form, will bring about something called the Fall, which is about as ominous as it sounds. Ikutsuki then reveals that he was a member of the Korijo group 10 years prior, studying the shadows. He says that the real purpose of their experiments were to harvest enough shadows into one location in order to initiate the Fall, or the end of the world. Mitsuru's grandpa had apparently become obsessed with the idea that humanity needed to be wiped out and that creating the Death Arcana was the way to do it. Ikutsuki then goes on to say that the Fall will be facilitated by a prince, which he believes to be himself, and that after everyone dies, he'll be made king of the new world. So basically, he's completely out of his mind. The chairman deceived the Seas team from the very beginning, convincing them to defeat the 12 Shadows to end the Dark Hour, when in reality, it did the opposite. It caused the 12 Shadows to reassimilate into the 13th Arcana, Death. On a second viewing, his betrayal is a little more obvious. Let's take a look at the scene from months earlier when he first suggests the idea that defeating the 12 Shadows would save the world.
What if I told you that the 12 Shadows are the cause of everything?
You're saying if we defeat them all, Tartarus and the Dark Hour will disappear?
Exactly. That's what I was going to tell you earlier. See? It's good news, isn't it?
He just sounds like he's lying and he's absolutely giddy that these naive high schoolers are eating it up. I knew I never should have trusted someone wearing a turtleneck. Ikutsuki, who's just villain monologuing at this point, also reveals that he doctored the tape of Yukari's dad, who had said the 12 Shadows needed to be defeated, when, in actuality, he said, stay away from the shadows. I just really like the idea of Ikutsuki using, like, Adobe Premiere Pro 1.0 to chop up this footage of Yukari's dad. Like, he just happens to know video editing in 1999. After this grim revelation, Aigus, who's been reprogrammed by Ikutsuki, is ordered to apprehend everyone and make them into a not-so-subtle Messiah crucifixion allegory. By the way, I don't think the story ever explicitly states where they are, but they're on top of the observatory near the school. Expanded lore explains that Ikutsuki built the observatory to try to see the moon better, for reasons that will make more sense later. Mitsuru's dad, who's also been apprehended, objects to all this malarkey. Ikutsuki tries shooting him, but Mitsuru's dad goes out like a badass boss, shooting his captor first, while unfortunately getting shot himself. Ikutsuki orders Aigus to kill the Seas team, but then she remembers all the good times they had together, and wouldn't you know it, the power of friendship can in fact override a robot's killer programming.
What the?
She frees the party, and everyone surrounds the chairman. As Ikutsuki dies, he reaches towards the moon, that'll be important later, and then he falls backwards off the observatory to his death. Mitsuru's dad is gone, and naturally, she's pretty torn up about it. Mitsuru's dad was a real OG. I'm glad that there was at least one adult in the story who wasn't evil. R.I.P. Not long after, the chairman's room in the dorm is cleared out, and Fuka finds the unaltered video from Yukari's dad. She shares it with Yukari to watch privately. Yukari watches it, and the tape confirms that her dad was the one who split death into 12 parts to prevent the fall. He lastly says some loving affirmations for his daughter, and this gives Yukari some closure that he did in fact care about her, and that he did in fact die a hero. Remember that creepy little boy at the start of the story who seemingly possessed Makoto? Well, about a week before each full moon battle, he'd appear to the protagonist in his sleep and offer some advice. And gradually over the year, he seems to develop sort of an attachment to Makoto, not sexual. By developing a social link with him, we learn that his name is Phyllis, and that he's represented by the Death Arcana. On a second viewing, his whole arc is pretty on the nose. Before the battle with the Hanged Man Arcana, he tells Makoto that he's gonna go away for a while, and that he's cherished the time they had together, and then he disappears. So, not long after, a new student is introduced at Gekkoken High, and he's definitely not just Phyllis reincarnated or something. His name is Ryoji, and he's supposed to be a heartthrob in only the way a Japanese weeaboo audience would find endearing.
My name's Ryoji Mochizuki. I'd appreciate it if you could show me the ropes.
Ryoji is such a fucking dork. He reminds me of emo Peter Parker from Spider-Man 3 trying to be cool. Look at him wearing that giant scarf. Only a high schooler would think that's cool. And I'm not the only one who immediately thought something was up with Ryoji. Igus calls him out as dangerous, instantly seeing through his playboy ruse. Not to get ahead of myself, but when we later find out who he is, his flirtatious nature won't really make any sense at all. Ryoji latches onto the protagonist on the first day, and he tries ingratiating himself into the friend group in a way that feels very forced and unnatural. Ryoji is an odd character because he has no personality or defining characteristics, and despite all the time he spent with him, he never gets his own social link, which is suspicious. For whatever reason though, all the girls seem to like him, despite him neither being cute nor charming. Basically, Ryoji is a fuckboy. I don't like him, and every time I was presented with a response, I always picked the rudest one. It's the end of the school year trip to Kyoto, which I'm assuming is like the Japanese equivalent of American 8th graders going to Washington, D.C. The game chooses to do an anime scene of everyone at the bus station, but they wouldn't do an anime scene for Ikutsuki's betrayal, which they did in the original game. It makes me wonder what the criteria was for creating these anime scenes. I mean, Atlas only had so much of a budget, but they wasted it for scenes like Yukari sitting on her bed and watching a video on her laptop. Why did that have to be animated? The class gets to the hotel that they'll be staying at for the week. The boys and girls are segregated to different floors, and Junpei is dismayed that he can't follow the girls upstairs. Igus, always trying to be human, empathizes with him.
Man.
The Kyoto arc of Persona 3 is where all the characters take a moment to breathe and reflect on Ikutsuki's betrayal and all the crazy stuff that's been happening that year. We get a couple scenes with Mitsuru dealing with her broken self-esteem, and Yukari and Mitsuru finally bonding over their shared grief over their late fathers. It's a pretty important turning point as these two become much closer by the end of the story, but honestly, their conversation starts off a little rough.
You were really only fighting to protect your father.
That's right. I fought to protect him, and look what happened. I never should have gotten involved. Am I wrong?
How can you snap? How can you snap?
Jeez, Yukari, I get the idea of snapping someone out of their grief, but what Mitsuru is feeling is completely justifiable. I mean, her dad was just murdered like a week ago. Yukari comes off like such a stone-cold bitch here. That slap was ridiculous. Despite the unnecessary slap, Yukari tells Mitsuru that their fight isn't over yet, and for their father's sakes, they will need to destroy the Dark Hour. Mitsuru agrees and takes a big forward step in her recovery. The field trip is also an interesting time to speak to your classmates and see how they all bond together. It's interesting seeing who's friends with who outside of the C's team.
I just wanted to walk around Kyoto with you.
Aw, Yuko missed me. One night, Makoto and Ryoji speak by the river. If I haven't made it clear by now, I don't like Ryoji. He's always just excited about basic shit, like an alien who's experiencing Earth for the first time. This works for characters like Elizabeth because she's funny and cute. Ryoji is just a fuckboy with a Jimmy Fallon personality. I keep thinking he's about to break in the middle of his dialogue and look at the camera smirking. Anyways, Ryoji talks about the river, how sometimes it goes fast and slow, sometimes it's peaceful and sometimes it's choppy. But in the end, it all winds up in the same place, the ocean. This is almost certainly a metaphor for death, and he's being about as subtle about it as a wet fart in an elevator. Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Kyoto arc because nothing really happens that justifies the location change, but there is one great scene that makes it all worth it. The hotel has a hot spring with separate hours for male and female bathing. The C's boys go to the hot spring during male-only time, but Ryoji and Junpei brought the group there knowing it's actually the girls' time. Sure enough, the girls all appear, all draped in towels, except for Igus. She's not even hiding being a robot anymore. Do literally none of the other students or teachers at Gekkoukan notice this? I feel like Dib from Invader Zim, pointing out that Zim is clearly an alien and just nobody cares. Junpei and Ryoji's nefarious plan to see boobies begins to seem like a bad idea once Akihiko, who's known Mitsuru for a long time, emphasizes the horrible things that she'll do to them if she catches them.
You don't think she'd get us expelled for this, right? Like, it was guys only when we got here. It's not like we planned this, we were just goofing around.
Do you expect her to buy that? No, if she finds us, then...
Then what?
We'll be...
Also, normally this would be just some cheeky fun, but considering her dad just died, this whole bit seems like it's in pretty bad taste, and I think in that moment, the boys realize they done goofed. This prompts a minigame where you try to escape the hot springs without the girls seeing you. If you manage to evade the girls' detection, you'll get to live another day. If you're caught, Mitsuru will John Wayne bob at all the boys and give their wieners to Kobayashi to gobble up. Also, all the girls will be mad at you for about a week. Over the course of Chidori's rehabilitation / kidnapping, but it's fine if the main characters do it, Junpei's been visiting her, and their bond has been growing more and more. But then one day, seemingly out of the blue, Chidori breaks up with him without really explaining why.
Don't touch me!
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to...
This is too painful. It used to be fun when you came to visit, but now it's different.
She basically does an Air Bud, "Get out of here! Can't you see I don't want you anymore?" Also, Harry and the Hendersons did this too, and several other movies, but you get the point.
Get out of here! Can't you see we don't want you anymore?
Not long after, Strega, who are still magically alive somehow, and there's never even an attempt of an explanation for that, breaks her free from her hospital. Also, why couldn't they do that before? Why now? There's a lot of plot holes in this story, but let's not think too much about it. On the next Dark Hour, Chidori calls out the Persona team for a duel. Junpei tries to talk her down, but it's clear that she wants this to be a fight to the death.
This isn't where I belong. I've known that from the start.
Chidori! What the hell's gotten into you?
After the Seas team defeats her, Strega shows up. Takaya says that she's become a liability, but Junpei is prepared to defend Chidori from them, so Takaya shoots him with his magic plot device gun. But before Junpei could die, Chidori uses her healing magic to trade her life essence for his, sacrificing her life so that he could live. She professes her love for him and explains that she never wanted to grow too attached to anyone, but since she started loving him, she's for the first time developed a fear of death. She ends on a positive note, realizing that even in death, she can live on in Junpei's heart. As she dies, Junpei's persona fuses with hers and turns into Tribegizerus, and he shoots some fireballs at Strega, causing them to flee. Which begs the question, why can't the team ever summon a persona before Takaya pulls out his magic gun?
Chidori. Chidori.
Earlier, we talked about Memento Mori, remembering death, in the context of time, but death is complicated and can mean many things beyond just its relationship with time. In fact, you might say that every little facet of the story so far has been a parable about the various aspects of death and how it affects our lives. Makoto lost both his parents, Yukari lost her dad, Mitsuru recently lost her dad, Ken lost his mom, Akihiko lost his sister, and the whole Seas team just lost Shinjiro. For a lot of these characters, healing is a slow process, but these losses also make them stronger and put them where they needed to be in the story. Death could also take on the form of redemption for some people. Strega sees it as a relief since they've lived tragically cursed lives and they were doomed to die anyways. Ikutsuki, who we now know is freaking nuts, saw it as a redemption for the world. After all, the world is full of evil and pain and cruelty, and the Seas team views death as something that could give meaning and power to their lives. After all, it is only through the fear of death and the resolution to be brave in spite of it that they are able to summon their personas. And to me, this take on death is the one that I think Persona 3 demonstrates most clearly. Death gives context to life. Life is precious and beautiful and valuable precisely because it ends. And so, despite Ikutsuki's betrayal, despite Shinjiro's death, despite shit really hitting the fan this time, the Seas team need to keep going, because life is still precious and worth protecting. When we return, Ryoji breaks Makoto's robot. I hope you're planning on paying for that, mister. And a dramatic revelation leads the player to needing to make a decision of dire consequence. Who will you ask to the Christmas ball? The correct answer may surprise you. It's Mitsuru.
No manner of extravagant party could offer an experience like this.
trip to Kyoto was alright, but I think a trip to Tokyo would have been better. I want to go to one of those restaurants where you're waited on by cat robots. Is that so much to ask? We'll be back after this break. It's been quite an eventful year. Can't believe it's almost over. Persona 3 continues now.
Whew, November was quite an eventful month. Hopefully we'll have a less dramatic December. Not. You guys remember not? Makoto spends some more time with Ryoji. He expresses the joy he's experienced the last month or so. The school trip, making friends, all of that. He speaks like someone who knows he's about to die, and the foreshadowing is not subtle. Then Fuka comes in and Ryoji mysteriously disappears. He was a ghost the whole time? On the night of December's full moon, Aigis meets Ryoji at the Moonlight Bridge, the premier location for dramatic reveals. Want to confront Strega before they seemingly jump to their death? Choose the Moonlight Bridge. Want to fight the Hanged Man Arcana believing it will end the Dark Hour? Choose the Moonlight Bridge. Want to confront the personification of death masquerading as a high school fuckboy? Might I suggest visiting the Moonlight Bridge? That's right, Ryoji is Death, the 13th Arcana. Aigis calls him out after putting the pieces together and finally recognizing him, and this also prompts Ryoji to suddenly remember everything as well. We see a flashback 10 years earlier of Aigis fighting the Death Arcana that escaped from the Kirijo Group labs. Unfortunately, she's no match for him, so she instead seals his essence inside a helpless bystander, a little boy who just survived a car accident on the bridge. It just goes to show your day could always get worse. Got into a car accident that killed your parents? Yes, it could get worse. A sexy robot can trap the concept of death inside your soul, turning you into a sullen, emo husk for your entire adolescence. Also, you could get really bad acne. How exactly Aigis sealed death inside a little boy is never explained. Like, a lot of the major details of the game, it's just explained with, it happened, don't question it. Okay, so did the Kirijo Group create a vacuum arm for Aigis that could suck up the concept of death? Did she reverse the suction and blow death into this boy? Probably not, because even writing that sentence felt ridiculous, much less saying it out loud. Aigis tries defeating Ryoji, but fails as he's even more strong than before. Soon after, the whole party finds Ryoji and a defeated Aigis at the bridge. Ryoji calmly catches them up to speed, telling them that he is death personified, created by the Kirijo Group and designed to be the harbinger of the fall. He also tells them that years earlier, when he and Aigis fought, she sealed his essence into the soul of a nearby boy, that boy being none other than Makoto. That's right, all this time, Makoto has had another man inside of him. After this big reveal, Ryoji dramatically collapses, ending the scene. Probably because after telling the group that he's been inside Makoto and that he destroyed their pet robot, that might make for an awkward car ride. As much as I dog on Ryoji and don't particularly like his or Pharos' characters, I did really like this idea that death could form its own human identity after incubating for several years inside the soul of a human. By seeing the world from a mortal's perspective, Death has become an empathetic figure, hating the role he has to play, but having no choice because that's who he is. Back at the dorm, Ryoji explains that the fall basically means the end of the world, that his resurrection is the first step in the arrival of Nyx, the true antagonist of Persona 3. He describes Nyx as being an all-powerful being that absolutely cannot be defeated, and once she arrives at Earth, everyone will lose the will to live. Sounds like my ex-wife. Like I said, Ryoji is sympathetic to humanity since he's been living inside Makoto's soul for so long, so he offers them a choice. Kill him and erase their memories of the Dark Hour and their knowledge of shadows and their memories together, or live in the crippling fear of their forthcoming doom. He gives them till New Year's Eve to make a decision, then he walks right by the camera. This is definitely the grimmest moment of the story, and everyone's feeling the existential dread of what's been revealed. Junpei lashes out and blames Makoto for keeping death inside him this whole time. He has his "game over, man" moment.
You had that thing inside you and didn't even know it! You raised it, damn it! If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened!
He needs that train of people slapping him like an airplane. Or maybe Yukari could get in there since we know she could slap like a motherfucker. Eventually, he snaps out of it and apologizes. Everyone in the party is scared and doesn't know what to do, but they know that they're all in the same boat and they do their best to comfort each other. The world may be ending, but more importantly, it's almost Christmas. Actually, it may be the last Christmas, so we better make sure it's a good one. Polania Mall is getting decked out for the holidays, and if you have a high enough social link with one of the love interests, you'll be able to take them out on a special date. Now, if you've maxed out everyone's links, you'll have a pretty tough decision on your hands. Sure, deciding whether or not you want to be blissfully unaware of your impending doom, that's a tough decision. But deciding which wifey to take out for Christmas, that's a whole nother level of difficult. All the dates will basically play out the same, but each girl will give you a unique item, and you'll have an opportunity to gift them something as well. Nothing really happens if you give your girl a bad gift, other than shame. How can you live with yourself? I thought you knew her better. Mitsuru will give you top-grade grape juice because, despite it being a game about the end of the world, and several people getting murdered by guns, and suicide is a constant topic that's brought up, and there's a giant penis monster.
Is that enough? Should I keep going?
Drinking alcohol is still apparently too adult for American audiences. Yuko gets you band-aids because she's a practical girl, Yukari gets you a chocolate cake, Fuka bakes you cookies, and Chihiro makes you a keychain. Honestly, I think it's pretty close between Fuka and Yukari, but I think Yukari's gift slightly edges out Fuka. Chocolate cake presents are the best presents. Yukari wins Christmas. Throughout the month, we get to see these little vignettes of party members discussing the elephant in the room. It's clear that this decision to fight Nyx or not is a heavy burden for all of them, but it's nice to see everyone becoming closer friends through it. Yukari and Mitsuru decide that they want to honor their late fathers and go out fighting the same way they did. Akihiko and Ken decide they're going to be brave and look death straight in the eyes. And Junpei and Fuka decide they would rather die with their memories of their loved ones than live without them. Aigis is really the only one in the group who thinks killing Ryoji would be the better choice. She simply doesn't want her friends to suffer, and can't fathom why they wouldn't rather just live in ignorant bliss while they still can. She thinks that she can't make sense of it because she's not a human, and the party helps her understand that being human means not knowing everything. Not knowing how the future will turn out. Not knowing whether they'll be able to accomplish what they want to or not. And not knowing that they'll even know what their purpose is in life. Aigis has been beating herself up a lot lately about her repeated failures to protect the protagonist, despite that being her main purpose in life. She's told by the party that being human often means adapting, finding new things to live for, and recognizing that we often fail more times than we succeed. So Aigis decides to give herself a new mission in life, and that's to live for the sake of living, just as a human would.
I'll stare fear in the face and choose to live. This is the promise I've made to myself. I'm not sure how I'll do it, but perhaps that's a part of living too.
So it's pretty clear the story is pushing strongly towards keeping Ryoji alive, right? Well, that might be the canon route, but it's not the route we're gonna pick, so let's do this thing. Fuck you, Ryoji. I never liked your scarf-wearing ass anyways. Pow! Yes, Persona 3 has two endings, the canon route and the non-canon route, and this is the latter. After Ryoji is killed, we get a flash forward a few months into the next year. Interestingly, life still carried on after Death's death, or so it seems. Makoto, Junpei, and Yukari are still friends, but don't seem to have any of their memories from the previous year. Akihiko, Fuka, and Mitsuru are complete strangers to them. Aigis, being a robot, she isn't affected by the fall, so she remembers everything, but can't tell them anything because she'd sound crazy and nobody would believe her. All around, we see more and more people getting apathy syndrome, but nobody seems to mind it, which I guess is the point. Makoto, Junpei, and Yukari contemplate their future lives after high school, and then decide to go out to karaoke together. And then the screen fades to black and the credits roll. It's an extremely weird ending, and thankfully leaves things up to the imagination and keeps things speculative. But I think the idea basically is that by killing Ryoji, the appraiser to the fall, They manage to delay Nyx's return by a few months, but eventually she does come, and everyone is blissfully unaware as she wipes out all life on Earth in an instant. Thus, the karaoke scene ending with the music fading and screen turning to gray. That's the moment it happens, lights out. In that way, the karaoke ending is pretty creepy and bleak. What's even worse about this ending, though, is the fact that Aigis does remember everything, and being an android, she'll live forever until she breaks down. She'll watch Makoto and all of her friends, who don't remember her or their experiences they had together, slowly die. She'll be the last being on Earth. Her biggest fear in the story was that she wouldn't be able to protect the protagonist, and now she's living out that fear slowly and inevitably. It's truly a horrible fate for her. Maybe, just maybe, dooming Aigis and the rest of the world all out of spite for Ryoji wasn't the best idea. I think it's time to rewind. If you chose to spare Ryoji, he tells you that he doesn't understand your decision, as Nyx is unbeatable, but he tells you where to find her anyways. She's at the top of Tartarus, and when the fall happens, she'll make her descent. Tartarus this whole time has been a beacon, reaching out to space and lighting the way for Nyx to arrive. Ryoji says his goodbyes and tells you that you'll have 1 month to reach the top of Tartarus and to stop Nyx, if that's even possible.
We have 1 month until January 31st. We'll get through this together.
When we get back, Junpei's New Year's wish comes true, seeing his female friends in kimonos.
Kirijo-senpai, you look amazing.
Kimono he didn't. Why did I write that? Why did I think that'd be funny? Takaya becomes the leader of a cult.
I'm sure you are aware of the coming salvation.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid, guys. And Makoto saves the universe using the power of friendship.
It's almost Christmas, and I noticed that nobody's gotten me a gift yet. I know the world is ending, but that's no excuse. Persona 3 will be right back. The non-canon route doesn't seem too bad, until you realize the last thing you hear before dying is Yukari singing karaoke. That's pretty grim. Let's see if Makoto has what it takes to save the world. Persona 3 concludes now.
The last month of Persona 3 is really weird. There's a somber end-of-the-world vibe, most notable in the world losing a ton of saturation in its colors, looking less vibrant. A majority of the NPCs around town turn into the Lost, and it begins to feel like the slow rise of the zombie apocalypse. And that makes sense. Ryoji had explained that Nyx isn't going to end the world through violence, but rather apathy. When people lose their shadows, they get apathy syndrome, and they lose the will to live. As Nyx is slowly returning, shadows are fleeing people's bodies and returning to her, thus creating an apathetic, zombie-like population that doesn't truly care if they live or die. In the final weeks, a doomsday cult surrounding Nyx pops up, promising an end to the suffering, a fresh new start at life, and all that. And of course, it's being led by Takaya. Suddenly his Charles Manson vibe is starting to make sense. Ryoji had said previously that when he dies, everyone will lose their memories of the Dark Hour, and by extension, the party will forget about all their adventures and their friendships that they've made through it all. Because Ryoji is a part of Nyx, the group wonders if defeating her will lead to the same outcome. They vow to hold on to their memories as hard as they can, and they plan to meet at the roof of the school on graduation day, assuming their memories do come back.
Remember how you all feel right now. No matter what happens, we'll keep our eyes on the future. We're not going to forget anything. And we will see each other again.
With a firm resolution, the SEAS team rebrands themselves as the Nyx Annihilation Team, and they climb to the top of Tartarus to face their destiny. Strega, of course, ever the foil, tries to stop you along the way. You'll fight Jin by himself and then Takaya. Takaya still sees death as deliverance, and that makes sense considering his childhood and having his future robbed from him.
Nyx has come because humanity has cried out for her salvation.
Nevertheless, the party reiterates the same message they told Aigis, that sometimes when your life seems meaningless, you have to dig deep and find a new purpose to live for. The dorm mates found that their purpose was to protect each other. Takaya only lived for himself, and thus he found no purpose in life and embraced annihilation.
Salvation has come! Hypnos!
There's simply no getting through to him, so the team fights Takaya one last time and wins.
This can't be.
He asks for death, but the party refuses to kill him.
We have no interest in taking the life of someone who can't even move. You will live to see if what you wished for comes true or not.
Yeah, stay right there and think about what you've done.
What a truly baffling group you are.
At the top of the tower, thousands of shadows begin to assimilate into the sky, and Nyx makes her dramatic reveal.
There's no mistaking its power, even without my persona. I've never encountered anything like it before.
I don't personally think that Persona 3 does a fantastic job explaining certain concepts, especially concepts that really ought to be elaborated thoroughly, and I can't think of a better example of this than Nyx. Nyx is the main antagonist and final boss, but even at the end of the game, we still don't know that much about her. So let's break Nyx down, and in case you were wondering, yes, we're gonna dive back into Jungian psychology. Huzzah! So you remember earlier in the video when we first talked about personas and how they're based on Jungian archetypes, all stemming from the collective unconscious. Did that sentence make your head hurt as much as it did mine? Well, let's learn how the collective unconscious was first formed. In the prehistoric world, a massive, powerful being named Nyx crashed into Earth. This creature basically was the personification of death itself, and naturally was an existential threat to all life on Earth. Nyx's impact was so profound that her body became separated from her spirit. While her body broke off with a big chunk of Earth and became the moon, her spirit dispersed across the entire planet and became ingrained into all living creatures. Stop me when this starts to sound like I'm trying to sell you on Scientology. Like I mentioned, Nyx is death itself, so all living things, as a defense mechanism for self-preservation, repressed the piece of Nyx that was inside themselves through something called the collective unconscious, which in its early state was simply the fear of death. The fear of death is what keeps us alive. It prevents us from doing dangerous things, and it keeps humanity procreating and passing on our lineage. The modern human has evolved to develop a complex mind and emotions due to the inherent necessity to keep death at bay for as long as possible. It's ironic then that Nyx, the annihilator of life, unintentionally pushed humanity to evolve into the complex creatures that we are today. When people don't fear death or they explicitly desire death, they are no longer repressing the piece of Nyx that lives inside them. You guessed it, I'm talking about shadows. I had said at the beginning of the video that shadows are our negative emotions like rage, envy, lust, etc. And that's true, but the common denominator of all these negative things, the common denominator of all things evil, is death. And when we don't repress evil, we unleash death. The shadows we see throughout the story are trying desperately to leave their human hosts, so they could all merge together and return to their mother source, Nyx, whose body is the moon itself, waiting for its collective soul to return to it. Thus, the game's thematic use of the moon and the shadows being drawn to full moons. Now, of course, by this point in the story, the worst case scenario has already happened. Enough people have given up their desire to live and embrace death, thus enough shadows were let loose to reunite with Nyx and awaken her. All that's left from here is the fall. Nyx's soul, which is made up of shadows, reunites with her body, which is the moon. When that happens, Nyx is made whole again, and then nothing can stop her from ending all life. Forgive me if I've repeated certain concepts more than once or I'm over-explaining things, it's just that certain key parts of the story, like Nyx being an extraterrestrial who spurned humanity into evolving its fear of death, none of that shit is explained in the game at all. I had to learn all of this through some English translations of Japanese-exclusive bullshit supplementary reading materials published after the game was released. And call me old-fashioned, but you know, I'd like super plot-relevant things to be found in the game itself. Don't make me do homework just to understand what the main bad guy is. Anyways, Nyx, throughout her fight, can switch personas at will, like the player. She embodies every arcana because they all came from her. Nyx is basically the manifestation of life and death. She is God. So, you know, this fight is kind of rigged, right? But I guess Ryoji did warn us quite a few times. Honestly though, it's not too hard of a fight for a final boss. So long as you keep using your best items and best personas, you'll be fine. After the fight, it'll seem for a moment like you've won, only to realize that Nyx was just toying with you and is totally unharmed. She starts to commence the fall. The moon suddenly opens up, revealing Nyx's long dormant body, and it begins to suck her avatar back into itself. Around town, pedestrians suddenly wake from their coffins and experience the surrealness of the dark hour for the first time. Shadows start to leave people who've lost the will to live and begin consuming others. Everyone looks at the moon with dread as it starts crashing towards Earth. This is suddenly starting to feel like the bad ending to Majora's Mask. Just when things are looking grim, Makoto suddenly gets his Deus Ex Machina moment. He wakes up in the Velvet Room and is given the Universe Tarot card by Igor. He says it has the power to end everything, or create a new beginning. This will essentially be his wild card for winning the game. I may have mentioned earlier in the video that the 12 major arcanas in Tarot represent every human's journey through life until they reach the 13th arcana, death. By developing social links with others throughout the game, Makoto has essentially lived a fully realized life, and by facing death head-on, literally by fighting Nyx, he's achieved a sort of enlightenment. Normally this would be symbolized by the final tarot card, the world, but for Persona 3 they went with the universe. With this newfound power, Makoto flies up to the moon and gets sucked inside Nyx. Inside, he faces the greatest threat of all, Egg.
Her?
Egg Nyx will dish out some pretty powerful attacks, and it really does seem hopeless. But Makoto could hear the voices of his friends. Somehow they're able to see him too.
Don't give up! We're gonna get through this, together!
Give him strength! Take my life if you must!
They offer their strength and encourage the protagonist to carry on. This keeps him alive long enough to finally make use of the Universe Arcana. With the Great Seal move, he's finally able to stop Nyx's descent and save the world.
It's finally happening. Everything's going back to normal.
Our job is done.
Wait, is that...
Makoto returns to his friends, who are overjoyed to see that he made it. By some miracle, Makoto managed to end the Dark Hour forever. Fast forward 2 months. Yukari, Junpei, and Makoto are back at Gekkoukan High and are contemplating what life will be like after high school. Sure enough, sealing away Nyx meant losing their memories of the previous year. This is actually the same scene we saw in the non-canon ending, and like before, Aigis is the only one who remembers anything. This is your last chance to speak to your classmates and get closure with all the social links you've made throughout the game. Personally, I'm an Irish goodbye sort of guy. It's just too painful to say goodbye to everyone, you know?
I want to take my dream into my own hands and stand next to you with my head held high. I want us to walk towards the future together.
The seniors are graduating and Mitsuru is giving a speech for her classmates when suddenly she remembers everything. She was supposed to meet the C's team on the roof of the school on graduation day. Ken, Fuka, and the rest of the team's memories awaken at the same time. It's a really emotional scene and it reminds me a lot of the last season of Lost when everyone remembers their former lives. On the roof, Makoto is resting his head on Aigis' lap. He hasn't been feeling well since the fight with Nyx. He rests and listens to Aigis, who tells him what it means to live.
Now I think it's following your heart, fighting for what you can change, and accepting the things you can't.
The rest of the C's team makes it to the roof just as the protagonist closes his eyes. He's drifting off, but the final thing he sees is Aigis staring lovingly at him and his friends on their way. And then he dies. Yes, he dies. Remember the great seal move Makoto used to defeat Nyx? See the amount of HP it takes to use it? That's right, sealing Nyx took Makoto's entire life force, and he's been just barely holding on since. Hey everybody, come look at Makoto's dead body. Come laugh and look lovingly at his dead-ass body. I guess it would have been too good to be true to defeat Nyx and get out alive, so Makoto ended up being a Jesus figure, sacrificing his life for the good of humanity. This is in stark contrast to Takaya, who actually looked like Jesus, but was more like the Antichrist than anything. And to add to that, you might be wondering who Makoto's ultimate persona is. The final persona fusion, the most powerful one in the game, appropriately, is Messiah.
We had some good times. If we hadn't lived in the same dorm, we might have never met each other. It's hard to imagine.
This is why I'm an Irish goodbye sort of person. Some of these conversations are just heartbreaking. I can't wait to see how we'll be as adults, Makoto. I can't wait to date you and or marry you after high school, Makoto. It's just too sad, especially on a second viewing. But hey, the story's not over yet. When Persona 3 first released in 2006, it was met with massively positive acclaim, especially for its story, characters, and music. Some critics had reservations about certain gameplay and battle mechanic issues. Most of these problems were worked out with the release of Persona 3 Fez a year later. The biggest change to Fez was a playable epilogue called The Answer, and it has the player in control of Aigis this time. For Reload, it was renamed Episode Aigis. Let's dive in. Some time has passed since Makoto's death, and the party hasn't been taking it too well, especially Yukari and Aigis, who have emotionally distanced themselves from the group. To not feel pain, Aigis rejected her sadness and once again became the unfeeling robot she was at the very start of her journey. The Iwatodai dorms are being shut down, forcing the former C's team to go their separate ways. Aigis has decided to stop going to high school and is instead going back to the Korijo labs where she was born so she could be a can opener or something. On the eve of her departure, a giant freaking sinkhole opens up in the middle of the dorm, and out pops a dark version of Aigis. She attacks the party, claiming to want to protect Aigis and seeing the others as enemies. Aigis doesn't want to lose another friend, and in a moment of intensity summons Orpheus, Makoto's persona. She's then summoned to the Velvet Room and is given the wild card by Igor. He tells her that Makoto has found the answer to life, and that she will find it too at the end of her journey. After defeating the stranger, we learn that her name is Metis, and she claims to be Aigis' sister. She says that she's come to save them from a strange anomaly. You see, for the last few days, it's been March 31st, and the party hasn't been able to leave the dorm. Yep, it's your classic Groundhog's Day situation. The cause of which is something called the Abyss of Time that's opened up underneath the dorm. Basically, it's a rift in space and time left over from Tartarus that's spreading like a black hole, growing bigger and bigger and causing all sorts of anomalies. Metis asks the party to help her eliminate it before it's too late, and just like that, we're flung into another Tartarus dungeon crawler. Except this time we're exploring doors traveling through different dimensions. But for all intents and purposes, it's Tartarus again. I'm not gonna lie, the gameplay of this epilogue is a huge chore. You don't carry over your data from the main game, but instead you're given Orpheus and have to start your persona and item collection from scratch, which just never feels like it's worth the time. And while the Abyss of Time is kind of visually interesting, it doesn't make up for this epilogue's lack of social links or the calendar system. The whole post-game is just dungeon crawling, and without those other gameplay mechanics, it just feels like a half-baked experience. Really, the reason to play the epilogue, though, is the insights we get into the characters dealing with their grief, as well as a few flashback scenes of the team members at different crucial points in their lives. After stumbling across a particular door, the party sees the night Ken's mom was killed, and the police refusing to believe Ken's story of what happened. In another door, we see how Mitsuru recruited Akihiko into C's. In another, we get a glimpse into Junpei's home life and learn that his dad is an alcoholic deadbeat. These are interesting little vignettes that add much needed detail to these characters that somehow slip through the cracks of the original game's story. Throughout the journey, the party is chasing down a mysterious shadow that keeps eluding them. Eventually, they catch up and realize it's a shadow that's taken Makoto's form. After a tough battle, they rationalize that he is a personification of the entire party's desire to have Makoto back. that time won't move forward literally until they can let go of the past and figuratively move on. After defeating Shadow Makoto, the gang finds keys that will let them leave the abyss and move forward with their lives. Metis suggests an alternative though. Many of the doors they've gone through have led to moments in the past, and she suggests that the door to Makoto's bedroom would likely lead to the previous year when he was still alive. So the party has an important decision. Move on through the door that leads to the present so they can have a future, or go through the door that leads to the past and try to save Makoto from dying. It's an interesting problem, and the obvious choice seemingly would be to go back, but then that might undo the sacrifice Makoto made and the world might be doomed by Nyx again. The party is thoroughly divided on what to do.
I want to go back. Yeah, I always tell myself to look forward and let go of the past, but this is different. We might be able to change something.
Yukari wants to go back to the past. Mitsuru supports her as a friend. Junpei, Ken, and Akihiko want to stay in the present, and Koromaru is a dog. This leads Aigis to an unfortunate position. She isn't sure what she wants to do, so the party fights each other for control of the keys. It's a little surreal fighting your teammates. Except for Yukari, she's overdue for a good slap. After taking down everyone, Aigis gets to decide their fate, and she chooses to move forward. Yukari breaks down as she's the most torn up about Makoto.
I want him back. I don't care about anything else. I just want him to come back.
Mitsuru helps her realize that she doesn't have to hold on to her grief by herself, and that her friends will be shoulders for her to cry on. She says that grief needs to be faced head on, specifically because it doesn't ever go away. I think that's a really powerful line and something that's important to remember when you're grieving. It's important to acknowledge the pain, feel what you're feeling, and rely on others to help you through it. And ultimately, Yukari decides to do this. But also, hey, we've got a magic portal into the past, so we can at least look inside to get some closure, right? So the gang goes through the door to the past and views Makoto's final battle with Egg Nyx, something they had never seen before. After using the Great Seal, we see the protagonist, frozen like a statue, blocking the way to a massive door. Metis explains that when Makoto used that move, he became a barrier between Nyx and the world. So he didn't just sacrifice his life, but his eternal soul, forever guarding this door. But because the Persona 3 lore wasn't convoluted enough, in comes Erebus, the manifestation of mankind's desire for death. As it turns out, it wasn't enough for Nyx's spirit to reunite with its body. Apparently, Nyx is more of a neutral being, it's death incarnate, but it doesn't have any agenda. It's not until Erebus merges with Nyx that the world would have been destroyed. Basically, Nyx is the weapon, and Erebus is the malicious force behind using it. This leads to the final boss fight in the game, against Erebus, who symbolizes the party members' desire for death, which came in part from their grief. I really like the symbolism here. The whole epilogue has been about learning how to deal with grief in a healthy way, so it's fitting that the ultimate fight would be against the manifestation of suicidal thoughts. After defeating Erebus, Yukari finally gets some closure about the protagonist. She realizes he made a sacrifice to save the world from itself, and she should honor his wishes. Metis says goodbye to her sister. It turns out that she was the human emotions that Aigis had discarded, the sadness that she felt after Makoto's passing. But now that Aigis has learned how to deal with her grief, she welcomes her human side back. Metis merges with her, and they become one person again. The party goes back home and walks through the door to the present. The next day, Aigis won't wake from her sleep, and the party begins to fear the worst. Fuka examines her and determines that her circuits must have been fried from the strain of using multiple personas. But miraculously, she wakes up as if nothing had happened. It seems this sexy Pinocchio has finally become a real boy. Girl. Cyborg. As the party once again leaves the dorm to go their separate ways, Aigis changes her mind about going back to the Kirijo factory. She doesn't want to be a can opener anymore, but instead decides to go back to Gekkoukan High to live a normal life just as a human high schooler would. And with that, the Persona 3 story is finally over. The vibes in Persona 3 are absolutely impeccable and spoke to me on a deep level. The whole time I played, I was captured by nostalgia, probably because it takes place in the mid-2000s. This was the same time period I was in high school, and in fact, the main characters canonically graduated within a year or two of when I did. So I couldn't help but feel a sort of camaraderie with the C's team. As a teenager, I also struggled with figuring out my identity. I also had to deal with insecurities. I also had a flip phone and an MP3 player, and I desperately missed them both. As a pretty sheltered high schooler, I wasn't exactly a fount of media literacy. I enjoyed Adult Swim and Toonami, so most of the stories I consumed were from video games and anime. The trope of a bunch of high schoolers fighting demons or having supernatural powers is pretty played out, and yet I always enjoyed it. Like what Twilight is to boring white girls, these animes seemed to give meaning to my mundane adolescence. They made me feel like maybe I could be as cool as Spike Spiegel, even though I was just a nerd. That I could have a grand adventure like Inuyasha, even though I rarely left home. They made me think I could be swept up into a whirlwind romance with a cosmic space vixen, despite how unbearably awkward I was. Persona 3, perhaps because it was also written during this time period, really channels that same energy. One moment you're having this epic RPG battle against Nyx, the Planet Eater, and the next you're sitting around the table having a study group with your friends to cram for finals. I was never even a very academic person, but weirdly, the school stuff in Persona 3 may have been one of my favorite parts of the game. To go on a side tangent here, as an adult, it's hard not to miss the routines of school. There's a satisfaction in having an organized schedule where what you learn and what you'll do is already figured out for you. You don't have to take care of kids or pay taxes or figure out how to afford a home. You just have to do well in math and try not to embarrass yourself in front of the girl you like. Things were simple and exciting. Your whole life was still ahead of you. You haven't wasted it yet. And don't even get me started on the friend angle. You ever hear that joke, the most impressive miracle Jesus Christ ever performed was having 12 friends in his 30s? In high school, it's easy. You're all in it together, so you have something to bond over. Hell, Makoto's relationship with Junpei began with him just walking up to you and acting like you were already friends. That sort of thing simply doesn't happen outside of high school. I miss that. And of course, when you're young and actually living through it, you don't appreciate it. You think, my life is boring, school is boring, I need a fantasy world to escape to. So I guess it makes sense that games like Persona speak to me so much. They make me nostalgic for the desires I had as a high schooler, to go on a grand adventure and fight demons and whatnot. But they also make me nostalgic for what I was actually going through and couldn't appreciate at the time, like learning new things every day, making friends easily, being young. When the school year came to a close and our party graduated from Gekkoukan, it was incredibly cathartic for me. I just spent 150 hours getting to know these characters. Junpei felt like the loyal friend I always wanted. Yukari was the girl next door who I had a crush on but never had the courage to speak to. Akihiko was the cool kid who never would have befriended me. Igus was the female robot I would have wanted to have sex with but couldn't because her clitoris is canonically in the back of her neck. I'm not making that up, play the game. I really felt like I was going to high school with this group of friends, and that's probably helped by the repetitive nature of the game's calendar cycle, which, maybe that was the developer's intent. Day in, day out. We were all growing up and experiencing a year of life together. Persona 3's director Katsura Hoshino once explained that his original vision for the game's ending, before they scrapped it and went with something else, he said the game was going to end with a funeral for Makoto, and whomever you had maxed out a social link with would show up to pay their respects. He wanted to emphasize that when all is said and done, all we have is our relationships with each other and what they meant to us. The player would truly win the game if the funeral was packed full of people whose lives were changed for the better by knowing you. Instead, the ending featured Makoto passing away, not sadly, but peacefully, in the arms of a friend, knowing that he had lived a full life, even though it was short. Like I said, it's hard not to feel nostalgia for a game that perfectly encapsulated my adolescence, and yet, I have to resist staying in the past forever. I need to remember what I think is probably the central theme of Persona 3, and that is to live your life to the fullest. Live in the now, because a world-ending calamity can happen at any moment, and it's probably going to be from a volcanic eruption. That's right, everyone was so busy worrying about nuclear war, they forgot about the volcanoes. I may not have a loyal friend like Junpei, but I do have a pretty loyal friend, and occasionally we get teriyaki together. I may not have the girl next door, but I do have an amazing wife who I'm lucky to be with, she tells me. And I may not be in with the cool kids like Akihiko or Mitsuru, but I do have a son that I'd like to think looks up to me when he isn't kicking my shins or begging me for yogurt balls. Don't get me wrong, it's fun to pretend. It's fun to experience nostalgia. I mean, that's what my whole freaking channel is about. Just don't forget to live. Don't forget to make social links with other human beings, or dogs, or online pen pals, or evil businessmen that secretly have a heart of gold, or children of divorce, or horny boys, or the elderly. Because it's in these bonds that we find our true strength, and it's in these bonds we find a reason to live life to the fullest. I want to thank everyone who decided to take time out of their busy, meaningless lives to watch this multi-hour video about anime high schoolers summoning Greek myths to defeat abstract psychological concepts with swords and guns. I hope it was as rewarding for you to watch as it was for me to talk about. If it wasn't obvious already, Persona 3 has taken up a good amount of my year so far, and I want to capitalize on it, so expect a Persona 3 Iceberg and some other related content coming soon. This was the longest, most intensive video I've ever made, so if you enjoyed it, please help boost it in the algorithm by liking and leaving a comment. Thanks again, and see you on the next video.
Thank you all for watching the Persona 3 retrospective. A special shout out to all the patrons and members that support the channel. Super Granderson, 27, Endings Analyzed, Yusuf, NB Prod, David Saperstein, Zen, Cure's Curse, Chaz Bazinko, Bozic, and Jilly Mays. You're all the best. Thanks for supporting West Does Games.